Great. So just an overview from yesterday. We talked a little bit about image processing, more computational side, different image processing techniques, binarization, color deconvolution, and more. Today, it will be more biorelated and why do we need digital pathology or computational pathology, and how do we get those images, right? Um, so where does it actually start? So our body is made up of different organs. So one of you is biomajor, right? Is anyone here biomajor?
One of our
I think
interns is, but she isn't here right now.
Okay, got it. Great. So our body is made up of different organs, right? It has lungs, liver, kidney, and many more. And each organ has their own function. They are part of a circulatory system or reproductive system or urinary system, and they have their own functions to play and to help our body to do their day-to-day functions, right? So what are these organs made up of? The question is, why do we even need histology? Because it's an invasive technique. So you need to cut and take a tissue sample out of someone to get the histology section, right? So the organ is made up of different tissues. So the basic structure of tissues is a different organization of different types of cells. So if a cell is organized in some way, then it makes a different tissue. And if it's organized in a combination of a different pattern, it makes some other kind of tissue and it has entirely different function. So cells lie at the top of this pyramid because they are the essential or the unit system of the whole body. So we do histology to be able to visualize these cells and the structure and how do they uh, play an important role in the help of the functioning of the organs. So when we look at the histology section, we are also able to look at the spatial relationship between different kinds of cells and how do they work together. So just to give you a little perspective of how we get the histology section. So suppose we have an organ which looks something like this, right? So the object is usually a 3D structure. So if you're taking a histology section from a kidney or lung, it's 3D structure. So assuming that this is some artery or arteriole something, it's a 3D structure. It's a pipe or hollow kind of structure, which is 3D. But histology is 2D image of these 3D structures. So it depends where in the 3D structure you are cutting it. So if you cut somewhere like this, you get a structure like this. But if you cut it somewhere like here, you get something like this, right? So it depends where in the 3D structure you're making the cut to be able to visualize it. And the relationship, the pattern might differ based on that. So these are all histology images. These are all different types of tissues. These are all different types of cells. So we have different types of imaging and staining patterns. So yesterday we talked a little bit about hematoxylin and eosin images, right? It has hematoxylin, which stains the nuclei, and eosin, which stains other protein and intercellular proteins. So we have different types like this one, which is immunofluorescent image. So we have um, something DAPI, which stains the nucleus, and then we have different other markers which stains different other cells. So it's fluorescent image, it's different. But then we also have an IHC stain, wherein we have a red color dye instead of the normal that we saw earlier, and it stains a different type of cells. So all the staining that has done depends on the ask of the problem. What are we trying to look at? Are we trying to look at the immune cells? Are we trying to look at the tumor cells? There are few antibodies or antigens which are specifically positive for tumor cells. So if you're looking at the tumor, we'll stain for that, right? So it's important to know what is your question or what you're trying to ask when you're looking at the histology section. So what is the current practice of this, and who are pathologists, and what are their roles? So there are different ways of doing uh, of getting biopsy of uh, uh, or these histology sections. So one of the ways mentioned here is needle biopsy. So it's that biopsy or that sample usually goes to a lab where they stain it, do typical staining on these sections, and that's how we get these images. But usually pathologists are the doctors who are the experts in looking at these sections and tell where, if the section is diseased, how much tumor area it has, or if there is some other kind of problem in the patient's sample. But these are usually manual observations. So pathologists usually look at these slides under a microscope. They don't have the images, and it's very time consuming. So even if a pathologist looks at 10 or 20 of these sections in a day of patients, even then it's very tiresome. There are factors which could play a role where the chances of human error might increase, right? The pathologist might get tired. He has been looking at the sections all day, so the results might differ. He might have a different view. Also, since there is no like a unique or standard rules defined yet, so each pathologist will have different view. So one pathologist might say that there are uh, only 10% tumor area. The other pathologist might say that I see 50% tumor area. So the intervariability in pathologist results play a huge role in getting these answers. And that's why we need computational pathology to be able to remove the chances of human error and to get uh, as specific results for the patients and as quickly as possible for the patients for the proper diagnosis of the disease. Yeah. So it's just trying to show that how pathologist goes under the microscope and like zooms in and tries to see each area possible. There are chances the pathologist might miss, might not miss. So it's all very variable, depends on the chance. Moving on. Yeah, so that's what it's trying to say, that it's very time consuming, laborious, expensive, imprecise. That's why we need computers. So that's a traditional workflow that I just told you about, that we have our tissue prepared, we take the sample goes, it pre- the glass slides are prepared, and then pathologists look for those glass slides under the microscope, and that's how we get the patient diagnosis, right? But we have thousands and thousands of patients uh, who are waiting for the results, and if we wait for one pathologist to analyze 100 patients, that's a lot of time, right? That's a lot of time to get the results on time, to be able to treat the patient on time. That's why we have digital pathology. So what does it do is it prepares the tissue, it stains the tissue just the way it is supposed to in the traditional pathology workflow. But instead of looking under the microscope, we have different kinds of scanners. Now there are companies like Leica, Hamamatsu, who are able to scan these slides at different magnification. We looked yesterday in a video for QPath where it gave information about the image. It says the magnification can be 40x or 20x. The more the magnification, the higher resolution the image is, and therefore the more information we can see about the image. So that's how we take the photos depending on the scanner, and then we get different digital slides of each of the glass slides that we have prepared. So these slides, since these are computerized and digitized, they can be stored for a long period. They can be analyzed. They are readily available to the pathologist and can be analyzed anytime. They don't have to look under the microscope. They just have to open the image, look freely. It's less time consuming, and we can also use these digital slides to create, uh, which is like everyone's doing it through computer vision and machine learning, by creating automatic workflows for at least doing some basic work, like tumor identification, different types of cell identification. Though it might sound easy and look easy, but it's not. So the scanner which I was talking about might look like this or something different. But then we have bright field microscopy. That is one of the images that we talked about yesterday and also right now. This is a hemotoxylin and PAS stained image, and this is a biopsy section. And then we also have fluorescence microscopy. So in fluorescence microscopy, we have the same section, but it's just stained differently. So we can see that there are green colored cells, and then there are some red colored cells. Depending on the antigen antibody combination that we give to the color probe, it gets attached to that type of cell to give us these colors under the microscope or the whole slide scanner. But when we get these images, they're usually huge in size, and it's really difficult to even feed these images directly to a machine learning model. So they are so huge. You can see this particular image, it's so huge, but the information that you want is something which is this small. It's part of this area, right? So these are gigapixel size images. They are sometimes GBs in space. So they need high precision because we are looking deep into the image. We just don't want overall information. We want pixel level information when we're looking at the images. And they are, so the one of the challenge that you might face when you have these images is the storage problem. So if one image is gigapixel size image, how will you store all these images? How will you open these images? How will you access these images easily if you don't have the storage capabilities in place? So that's one of the challenges that is being faced currently in computational pathology. But UF has resources like Hypergator, by which we are able to store all these images and um, run deep learning models, but not everyone or not every hospital will be able to have these resources, right? So this is one of the examples. So below you see is a biopsy section. So biopsies are usually just small tissue sample taken from a human organ, and then the other one is resection. So basically a part of the tissue is cut from it, so you can see a difference. So uh, in the area and the way they are cut, but labeling them is really hard. So what you're trying to look here is a component within a kidney section called glomerulus. But if you look at the image from the up top, you can't even see it. So you have to go deep inside the image, zoom in to be able to find these objects. But there's so many, and they're so little in size that's difficult to analyze these images or even label it. to get the ground truth. So for machine learning, we need a ground truth. And for that, we need pathologists. So we need pathologists to go into these images, label these images, and say that there are these many glomerulus or these many tubules or these many levels of different components within the kidney, right? The So anyone has any questions about digital pathology, computational pathology, how we scan, why do we have images, or what are the challenges we face? No? Okay, moving on. So we'll talk about kidney anatomy mainly today because that is what CMI lab mostly works on. Um, so kidneys, just a little bio, not too much in detail. So kidney is part of our urinary system. So its main function is to filter blood and create urine as a waste byproduct. So on the left, you see just an open part of kidney and how we get unfiltered blood through veins and then filter blood through arteries. Um, so if we have to take just one small section of the kidney and you zoom in and see these units which creates the kidney, it looks something like this. So different units that we see are this one. It is a collection of all the capillaries. Uh, does anyone know capillaries? You have some idea, right, of it?
Yeah.
Okay. So this glom is basically a section where all the capillaries meet, and then there are tubules which takes the urine and exit it from the all the filtered blood away from so all the blood filtered through arteries and the all the waste product goes away through tubules. That's just the basic structure and it gets collected here. um we'll know more about this. So what happens at why do we look specifically at kidney? So there are different diseases associated with kidney, like chronic kidney disease like CKD, cancer, renal failure, and then diabetes. There are also other heart-related issues like blood pressure and then heart attack, which are also associated with kidney in some way. So what are the problems that we are dealing with in kidney? So what do you think that you're looking at right now?
Is this the glomerulus?
So glom is, yeah. So glom is a structure which has a lot of, so this is like a 2D section of what? We just talked about this. This is a 2D section of the capillaries. So what you see here is just a 3D structure, but if you cut it like the way I told you how we cut histology sections, this is what it looks like. Okay, so you can see different types of cells. Even the glom has 4 different types of cells. But can you tell just by looking at it, do you think there's any difference in any of these cells within the glom in just this area? Oh, sorry, this area. Do you think there's any difference between these cells? Can you identify the different types of cells it has? Or do all of them look same to you?
I was thinking like the problem would be that they kind of look like nuclei when you cross-section the blood vessels, so it'd be difficult to count the number of cells.
Mm, counting is easy, but categorizing them in different category, like categorizing them will be difficult because just even by looking at it, for me, it looks like they are all same because they are all stained in the same way. They're all same nucleus to me. They're all same cell types to me, but they are all different cell types. They all play different functions. How I can tell you more about it? So this is what the ground truth looks like. So do you have any idea what ground truth is when it comes to in relation to machine learning? Okay. So just to give you a little bit idea of it. So ground truth is something we say is the gold standard. It's something which we get by the expert. So our expert in this case will be a renal pathologist who has expertise in kidney sections will be able to look under the microscope or just the digital images of these sections and be able to point out that these are the different types of cells. So that will be the ground truth. Because when we use machine learning training, we need some gold standard to be able to say that our model has identified these cells correctly, right? So how will we check that? How will we check the accuracy of our models? We need some expert to be able to tell that. So for that, in this case, like I said, it will be a renal pathologist. He should be able to come, label these cells, and that's how we'll just train our model and check the accuracy of our models, right? So on the right hand side, what you're seeing is different types of cells. So blue ones are different types of cells, green ones are different, and red ones are different. But someone who has no idea, who is not an expert, will never be able to tell. Like me, I have no idea that these cells are different. For me, they're all just same, right? But there are three different types of cells available here to us, and they all have different functions. Are you able to point out here how these three are different? Like just by looking at the image, now that we have the labeled cells, can you tell why a pathologist would be able to label them differently? Like why will the blue ones be different from the green ones?
Does it have to deal with location? Like the blue ones are further out towards the edge versus the red and green.
Yeah, yeah. So when pathologists look at these images, so they count different factors like the location of the cell, um, within the glomerular eye, where are they located? So most of the blue ones are at the boundary, right? Whereas the green ones have some kind of space around them, which, and they are not totally within these basement membranes. So, and the red ones always have some basement membrane, or just to make it easy, it has some PAS or the magenta color around it, right? But the green ones have, it's attached to a magenta color, whereas it's also attached to some white space. Now, does it make sense how they're different? Right? Okay. So, moving on, this is just one, so GLOM is just one component of a kidney section. We have many other components, many other organs, many other tissue types, and many other such compartments within a tissue. So there's so much work you can do just in computational pathology. But what you're looking at on the left is a glomerulus, just a diagram, and different types of cells in it. Um, so diagrams is just making it easier, but when you look on the right, in reality, it's the same. But starting from the outside, what you call this whole structure is a Bowman's capsule. I will not go into the detail of the function of each of these because even I don't know them, but I just know the categories. So starting from the outside, these are Bowman's, this is a Bowman's capsule. So this whole space, this thing that you have, this basement membrane or this whole structure is called Bowman's capsule. It's made up of cells called parietal epithelial cells. So the cells that you see here are what? Parietal epithelial cells. Within the Bowman's capsule, you have this space which is called urinary space. So I think you should be able to recognize that here as well in the histology section. So this is all urinary space, right? And then these things, the different structure that it's making is a cluster of different capillaries. So this is one such cluster, this is one such cluster, this is one. So there are different combinations of capillaries that you see. It's not so much visible here in the histology section, and that's one of the challenge when you look at a glom. You can't identify these boundaries here, but if you really have to look, and just by my guess, I would say something like, so this is one such cluster, if you're able to follow my mouse, and then it goes inside, and then this makes another such structure, and then again it goes inside and then makes another such structure. So I can identify three structures here like these. Attached to these, which is the glom tuft, we have podocytes. So podocytes are always outside and are attached to the glom tuft. So like this is a podocyte. This cell is a podocyte, right? This is a podocyte. And then within the glom tuft, we have mesangial, what do you call it? It's called mesangial space, which has, it's called mesangium, and it has lots of mesangial cells. So all the cells which were labeled, which had all the magenta space around it, the red ones are mesangial cells because they are located inside the mesangium. The other ones which you see are these ones, which has some kind of white space associated with them, but yet they're also attached to the glom tuft or the mesangium, are called endothelial cells. So like this one is an endothelial cell, whereas this one or this one is a mesangial cell, right? All these cells have different functions, and we're just looking at the glom. If you go outside the glom, this is a different, it's a tubule, right? So these cells are all different. Is that clear? Like all the cells, how they're different. I'm sorry I can't explain you about the functions of each cell because that's too much bio even for me, but that's how I was able to identify. So just to categorize it even more further, so all the cells which are at the boundary are called peripheral podocytes. These ones. These are all peripheral podocytes. And then we have central podocytes. Central podocyte is something like this, which is at the intersection of different glom tufts. So these ones, which are really hard to identify, even I can't. So these are central podocytes. So on the left on the diagram, or even this histology section that you were looking at, it's a 2D structure like I told you before. But when you look at the 3D, it's much more complex, right? So from what you're looking at, this is one capillary bundle, this is one capillary bundle, this is one capillary bundle. But when you do the 2D section of it, it loses most of the structure. So it gets really difficult to identify these things. So again, if you have to identify in this and to get more context when you're looking from the 3D image, this is a podocyte, something which is attached outside, right? And then this is the urinary space, and this is all glom tuft. So the current pathology assessment is qualitative. Like I told you, pathologists just look at the image and they just have some idea of the image, that there is this percent of these cells, there are these many positive cells, this much tumor or something. There is no quantitative result from the pathologist, and it's always variable. So that's why these are imprecise, and that's why we need computational pathology. So on the left hand side, what you see is a normal tissue. So this is what a glom will look like if your kidney is healthy and normal. But one of the challenges that we face is, for example, someone has glomerulonephritis. The glom will have entirely different structure. So there are stages to glom's disintegration when the patient has some kind of disease. But here you can see this glom is not healthy and is from a patient who has a certain kind of disease related to kidney and has entirely different glom structure. Not too different, but there's something different. Like the urinary space here is a little different. Can you identify any other thing which is different here?
I was gonna say the urinary space is like the really difference because there's like nothing there versus pretty well defined one on the normal.
Okay. Yeah, and then the other thing which is also mentioned here, which is the podocytes. There is some injury and loss to podocytes, and we remove them out, which is something which like we can't see, but pathologists should be able to tell that there is some kind of injury to the podocytes. Um, so what kind of questions are we interested in? These are some basic questions that we should be interested in and should be common irrespective of any disease or any tissue that you're looking at. So what kind of types of cells are there? So we just looked at glom and there are 3 different cells. So there are different types of cells all over our body. Thousands of cells making one organ tissue, right? So what kind of cells are there? How many each cell type is present? What are their biological state? Are they injured? Are they healthy? Are they functioning? Like these. And how they interact with other components in the tissue. So the most important question that people are trying to understand right now in computational pathology, people are able to identify the cells and where the nuclei, their location. They're trying to understand how do these cells interact with each other or different components. So for example, how do the podocytes interact with the mesangial cells? What are the function? Why do, like, how they are different? What happens if number of podocytes get injured or they are not present? What state of glom they are in? And then what happens if there is no urinary space in the glom? Or these are the basic questions, right? And then you can ask some other questions. You can have what's happening to the tubules here? Can you see, like, they look in a disease state? This is a healthy tissue and the tubules here are intact. So how is the glom interacting with the neighboring compartments, like the tubules here? What's happening to their structure and how is it affecting the functioning of the gloms? So there are many such questions that we can answer within it. Also, there are patterns that we are yet to discover and learn when it comes to computational pathology. So one such pattern is this one. So like there is like a different kind of structure associated with these cells. They are like looks like that there is some uh, tissue or something associated below these cells. So pathologists have said that these have one specific role to play in a certain disease. But then how do you identify these, right? This whole structure, this is one of the challenge people are trying to solve right now, which is like, how do you identify these? How will you separate these out from these? And then how will you find this such a small structure in all the different types of gloms you'll ever see in all the patients, right? So these are interesting patterns. These are small rare patterns. And then identifying these, one of the pathologists we have in our lab, he has said that it's associated with certain kind of specific gene. And patients who have this kind of pattern in these cells around this area are activated for a certain kind of gene. So looking at these might help them, might be associated with some kind of diagnosis, prognosis, something that we have to learn and find out. So to there's something very similar which was done in our lab to annotate cells. So we have ground truth, which was labeled by a pathologist, and then we also have 3 students who were new, uh, taught about different cells and were asked to label these cells. You can see that they were a different in their labeling. There was some variability. Maybe there was small variability, but there was some variability in how they were labeled by each student, even though they were taught in very similar way. So this study was just to done just to see the variability in labeling this when a person doesn't have a biology background. Uh, just to point out few differences, these 2 cells here, they were labeled as mesangial here. One of them was labeled by student 3, none by student 1, and so on. If you have to point out, we have might get lot many. So what were the guiding principles that were taught to these students without any biology background, right? So like I told you, these are just clusters of capillaries, gloms that you see here. So what they were taught were these are endothelial cells, cells that form the inner lining of a blood vessel, mesangial cells that mark up the mesangium of the glom. So it's all mesangium, all the magenta colored, red colored area, and the podocytes which are outside. And then this is what we call white space as lumen, and then the outside layer is called basement layer, and then, like I told you, Bowman space. So what we found uh, when we were trying to evaluate the performance of all the students uh, based on the ground expert lab, which was a pathologist called we have Dr. T mentioned. So on the x-axis you have the expert annotations, and then on the y-axis we have students annotation. What you're seeing currently, I hope everyone knows what this is. It's a confusion matrix where you try to compare total true positives and false positives compared to the expert. So what we found most common was there were more podocytes marked by the student, whereas most of those podocytes were unscored by the expert. So students actually marked a lot more podocytes than they were supposed to. They thought all the cells which are outside or even at the boundary are all podocytes. even though they were unscored and they didn't lie in any of the category. Like they were not podocyte, endothelial, or mesangial. They were usually unscored by the expert. And then we have podocytes which were marked by experts, but they were marked as mesangial by the students. And then the other thing that was found was many mesangial cells by the expert were actually labeled as unscored by the students. And that's a similar pattern that we observed in the rest of the two students who were taught the same thing. So there's some gap in the learning or the way it was learned. To show you, so this is the biggest challenge that we face right now, is to be able to train engineers, developers, and clinicians um, currently in this area, because pathologists are the expert, but engineers, developers, and data scientists are the one developing the machine learning models and deep learning models. And if they don't have the basic training to do that, or basic understanding of each cell and compartments, they will not be able to basically develop anything. So you need a good combination of bio, stat, machine learning, something of everything. To show you the implementation and the hands-on uh, of how it was done, these how we label these cells and how we get the scores out of them, how we get the positions. Another PhD student in our lab, Jamie, is going to take over and give you some hands-on experience with this. Jamie, do you want to give them a break and start at 10?
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi guys, I'm Jamie. Yeah, we can do a break before I start. But
Okay.
before that, I just want them to download the Sidine viewer because we're gonna do annotations later. I'll just send the link. Yep. So let me just share my screen, please. Can anyone see my screen? Yeah, so you go to these website and you click this button and you just download this one. And I have also some images that I want you to download. Just 2 images. Yeah, it's just 2 images. And when you download it, just don't change the file name. Okay. Yeah, we can do a break now.
Okay, so let's meet at 10.
Okay. So can anyone see my screen? Okay. So let's start with the motivation. I think Ashita has already discussed what the motivation is, but let me just ask you, why do you think cell annotation is important? Or in general, why annotation is important when you do a project like dealing with images? Yeah. Can anyone tell me?
I think it helps us to identify specific cell types within a cell, or we can also do like, count specific types of cells that are within a particular image. So, yeah.
So why do you think like someone who's not an expert of like histopathology or a pathologist should know what how to um accurately annotate cells?
I think it helps to have like a second eye on it and to be able
Mm-hmm.
to have someone that's competent and can actually make those decisions without being like supervised.
Mm-hmm. But in the context of like, let's say you're training a AI model, have anyone you like taken any deep learning class or machine learning class? Hmm. Anyway, so if you in the context of deep learning, so when we try to uh, train a model like to annotate a specific type of cell or segment specific type of cell, um, it would like be expensive to ask a pathologist or an expert in that field to do all the cell annotations. So in our lab, we usually has some sessions with a pathologist and similar to these that explains which type of cells, like what are the structures and uh, where in the image or where in the anatomical global anatomical structure that cell is. So now, um, let me just show you how to do annotations in Cdin. So can you see my screen? So anyway, so by the way, has anyone successfully downloaded the Cdin viewer?
Are we
Yeah, I
supposed to
did.
put images into the viewer or just because I just downloaded them on my desktop, but do they need to be loaded like into the viewer?
So okay, so if you already downloaded the Cdin viewer and you all have the images in your desktop, you can just open it, go to File and open, select it, select the image. Let's say, yeah, this one. This one. Let's say this. Mhm. So now we're gonna like try it. So just a review of what actually has already covered. So this is what we call a glomerulus. So this is a so
Jamie,
for
I think your screen for just we can only see the Jupyter notebook.
oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Okay. How about now?
Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay, sorry about that. So you run up CDN viewer, and once it's up, go to file and then open and load the image. Say this one. So once you, so just a review what actually that was already discussed. So this is what we call a glom, and for us to identify the different cell types, so we need first to, so it is important for us to learn the anatomical structures surrounding all of the cells. So first, this white space is what we call the Bowman space, like the outside of this. And this entire like capillary loops, this is what we call like capillary loops. And this is what we call a glomerular top. And this magenta region is called the mesangium or mesangial matrix. And these dark blue blobs are called cells. Uh, and in these image, there are three types of cells. First is like podocyte. So a podocyte, so we can define a podocyte, uh, which is a cell that is adjacent to the Bowman space. So this we can say that this is a podocyte because it's adjacent to the Bowman space. This could also be a podocyte. Yeah, this is a podocyte. This is also a podocyte. And so to label it as podocyte, we're just gonna use a blue color. So we go to the overlay manager here, top right corner, and click on blue color and this draw points. So we label this as podocyte. This one is also podocyte. This one is podocyte. So we're just like putting a mark on each cell. This is podocyte. This is also podocyte. And now we can try to identify which cells are endothelial cells. So we're just gonna label it. So endothelial cells. So we define it as a cell that has or that is adjacent to the capillary lumen. Oh, I forgot. So these like circular or oblong white region is called the capillary lumen. So an endothelial cell is usually adjacent to the capillary lumen. So this one is a endothelial cell. So you can say that this is also somewhat an endothelial cell because it's like adjacent to the capillary lumen. This one is also an endothelial cell. Yeah, this is a good example of what an endothelial cell is. This one, and yeah, I'm not going to annotate everything. So the last cell would be the mesangial cell. So mesangial cell is neither adjacent to the Bowman space and yeah, neither adjacent to the Bowman space or the adjacent to the capillary lumen. So it's right in between the mesangial matrix. So this one is a mesangial cell. Yeah, this one. So just so this one too is a mesangial cell. Oh, this one. Okay, so do you guys have any questions? Okay, so after we annotated, like, just pretend that we have annotated all of the cells in the glomerulus. So we need to export the file. So to do that, we go to the, like, we click on this blue folder and we're just gonna save it. And after that, it will save a file called that session. It's similar to an XML file. So I think I'll give you some time to like work on those two images. And once you're done with it, I'll just ask you to send it through chat, like the dot session file that was exported.
I have a quick question. Like, how do I display the overlay manager? I think mine is not displaying the overlay manager.
Okay.
Sorry about the background noise. Yep.
Yeah, it's fine. So you go to the view, top left, and Windows, then click on Overlay Manager. So I want you to label podocytes as blue, endothelial as green, and mesangial as red.
How do you create the dots that you
Okay.
made?
Mm-hmm. So you already loaded the image, right?
Yeah,
And you can see the overlay manager here.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you just click on this drawing points.
Is there a way to erase the circles too?
Yeah, just it's Control Z.
Control zero?
No, I mean you can undo it if you want.
Oh, okay.
Control Z. Oh, just let me know when you're done.
Can we just send the screenshots through the Zoom messages?
No, so you need to send me that session file. So you're done with all of the annotations for each image.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll wait. Share the screen. So once you're done with the invitation, you go to this blue folder. Click on this. Can you see my cursor?
Yeah.
Yeah, just click on it and yeah, click OK. And that session file will, yeah, you can find it in the same location where the image is. And you need to send me like each dot session file, yeah, for each image.
Can you show me how to send the export again? I think I missed it.
Of the export.
Yeah. I
Okay.
clicked the little folder and then that was fine, but I don't know how to send it.
What do you mean? So you click on this blue folder, right?
Yeah.
Then okay. Have you seen the
I
Citine
don't
folder?
think that popped up for me where it says it just said like there's multiple overlays and I clicked yes and then it said like
Is it okay if you share your screen? Can you share your
Yeah.
screen? Okay.
I clicked this one
Mhm.
and then yes.
Multiple groups. Oh, because you have to. Let's see. Mm. Can you give me access to your stuff?
I don't know how to do that. Is it remote control?
Yeah, remote control.
I think it should work now, maybe. T. Okay, I think you can control this.
Okay, yeah, it got exported, so you can find the that session files and the location where your images is. There's it's gonna create a cdn folder.
Okay, I
Yeah.
think I saw that. So yeah, okay.
Mhm.
Share.
Oh, Norman,
I only
is
did P24, like I only did one.
oh, you only did one.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Mm. So Nick, did it just generated just one the XML file?
I think there are two different ones, but I didn't send the first one because I think it was the same image you were practicing on for the first one, if I'm not mistaken. But I can send it if you
Yeah,
want.
that's fine. That's this, this session. And then just download it. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So okay. So before I go to discuss the code, do you all have experience with Python or what programming languages have you How do you know?
Like, yeah, I've used Python before, so
Okay. How about you, Nick?
No, I don't really have experience with Python.
Okay, but do you have experience with other programming languages?
A little bit of MATLAB, but that's really it.
Oh yeah, that's fine because the syntax between MATLAB and Python are quite similar, but the only difference is in Python. So in MATLAB, we usually don't like most of the packages that we're using, like for example, to read images. Yeah, they're already built in MATLAB, but in Python, we need to import those packages so that we could read images. So yeah, I'll just discuss it when we get there. So So the objective of this session would be to identify basic anatomical structures in GLOM. So we already done that. And number two, we'll distinguish between different cell types. We already done that and perform cell marking. And now we're gonna like process the annotations that you've made through CDIN and um, evaluate your performance like by comparing it with a um, by the ground truth labels generated by a pathologist. Okay. So before that, uh, so this is what we call a confusion matrix. So it's just a table that shows uh, all the true positives, false positives, and true negatives. So for in our case, so we also have three classes. So there's the endothelial cell, mesangial cell, and podocytes. So here A is what we call true positive. Uh, so this shows like if if Radar 1 um classifies a cell as class 1 and the ground truth is also like was labeled class 1. So we add a point in these blocks and this is and E is what we call true negative. So it's not actually class 1, but oh yeah, it's not actually class 1 and it's actually class 2. And um for I here, so it's a sample that was classified as class 3, which is actually class 3. So in this case, the false positive would be B and C. Yeah. Yeah, B and C here. Because the actual label is actually class 1, but it was predicted to be class 2 and 3. Yeah, and so on and so forth. So now I'm gonna go discuss the Cohen's kappa. So Cohen's kappa is uh, a score that we give to um, identify or yeah, identify the agreement or the inter-rater variability. So a score of 0 means there's no agreement at all. So, yeah, 0.21 to 0.40 is fair agreement, and like 1 is just like comparing like the annotations of same rater to another. And so now we're gonna go with the workflow. So first we're going to convert the CDN annotations. So the files that you sent me. So we're gonna convert it to overlay those markers to an image. And then we're gonna compare each rater. So I'm gonna compare it with between U2 and a pathologist annotation and see whether who gets the like highest agreement. And yeah, so this is the to calculate the Cohen statistics to measure you. So now we need first to import the necessary like packages that we're gonna use. So here's just like a package to like tabulate all of our data. And this one is gonna, like this package called Glove is just gonna help us like iterate through all of the folders and get all of the files for us. This will be used for like creating matrices. Matplotlib, the PyPlot is just for visualization tools, and region props is gonna uh, try to locate all of the centroids or the cell marks. Oh yeah, the cell marks that you guys did. And this is just to automatically calculate the Cohen's kappa score and the confusion matrix. So we're gonna import them. So here's a code to like convert those annotations to like, dots on top of the image. So here's the directory. So you just specify the location where the like that XML or that session files are, and its corresponding images. So let me just run them. Oops. Hold on.
Hi, Jimmy. I think this is because of the backslash when you
No,
read
no,
this
no.
file.
I don't have the image with my folder. I deleted it. Yeah, just. Mhm. Yep. So let me just give you an overview of the code. So here, so the glove package would just go through this directory and find all of the files or the folders. So here we're getting the annotator name. So let me just show you the directory. I'm not sure if you can see it. So can you see my window explorer?
Yes.
So this like it's a for loop that iterates through this folder student, and so I believe Raider 1 is um, Norman and Raider 2 is Nick. So it's gonna iterate through there and get uh the folder name and store it as a key in the dictionary. So once that, it's gonna create a new folder called process on each folder for each Raider. After that, it's so there's another for loop that would look for all of the TIFF files in the image directory. So this is where the image directory is. So it's gonna look for this image, and so these command or this line would just generate the image with all of the cell markings overlaid on each cell. So like, and the final output would be a dictionary. You can see it here. So this is Dr. T's annotation. So in your XML or in your .session file, so it consists of like points that tells us where the location of those points. So the centroid basically, and its corresponding labels. So here you have 11. So Dr. T has annotated 11 mesangial cells and 12 endothelial cells and 12 podocytes. Let's see for rater 1, that would be Norman. Yeah, so Norman's just okay. So Norman classified just 4 cells and 2 endothelial cells and 5 podocytes. And for Nick, also 20 mesangial cells, 18 endothelial cells, and 6 podocytes. Okay. So now we're gonna try to compare compare each annotation between readers and the ground truth labels generated by Dr. T, who is a pathologist. So here we define a function that would accept the dictionary here, like this one, and the name of the reader. So this could be Norman, and this could be Dr. T, or the other way around, and the image name. So we're just gonna run it. So please this image name for so can you see the results now?
Yeah.
So this probably is Norman's annotation. Also, you haven't yeah, you did not annotate it.
Yeah, I think I didn't mark everything, so
Yeah, so you really your score would be like the Cohen Kappa score would be like really low. Let me just print it out. The Kappa score. Yes, their Kappa score. Yeah, it's like negative 0.23. Why is that?
what? So what does it mean if it is like negative?
I was just yeah, it's just 0.23. It's not really negative. Yeah, it's just a sign. Okay, so here's the confusion matrix. So I also added the unscored because there were multiple cells that you didn't like label it. So for this one, so 2, okay. So you have annotated 2 mesangial correctly, and for the endothelial cell, okay. Yeah, and you haven't annotated. Oh yeah, so this is so 5. You annotated 5 podocytes, which are endothelial cells. Mm, mm, mm. So also you annotated 2 endothelial cells, which were supposed to be podocytes. 1, 2, 3,
But just a quick recap. So we said the podocytes are the ones that are like very, wait, should I say close to the Bowman's capsule, right? The space
Yeah.
like
Yeah. Yep. So you
then
got 5 correct. Oh wait,
wait, no, that is actually incorrect.
it is
That's what you're
incorrect.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, oh, is there any question? Let's just go with the next annotation. Oh, he used a different. What's this? Oh, different image.
Did I send the wrong picture?
Yeah, you sent the wrong XML that session. Can you send me the
On the first one.
other XML file?
So while we wait for Nick, I'm just curious like about the big picture. Like so after annotating, like we have done it manually, then someone did it like initially. So how do you fit this like information into a machine learning model?
So for these tasks, usually when we try to annotate images like cells, we try to annotate the entire region, not just not just like mark cells with different colors. Because so for this case, we're just marking it so that we can count the number of number of cells for each cell type. Yeah. We're just gonna be running everything. That's interesting. Okay, so here, just looking at uh, the annotations between the two, it looks like you're doing well with annotating the photocytes, and the same goes for endothelial cells. Just some, and you just miss a couple of them, and it shows here that.
I think you're not sharing your screen. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what Nick had. So just looking at the two images or the two annotations. So he did a really good job annotating the photocytes. And yeah, the same goes for endothelial cells too, but he missed a couple of them. This one. This one. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so there were, I think, how many? 1, 2, oh, I'm sorry. Please read it too. And this looks like, so yeah, so we we got a kappa score which is 14, which is yeah, it's like it's like agreement. And not bad for your first time to same goes for normal. Yeah, that's basically everything. So, mm, does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I'm just curious about the big picture of what we are doing right now. So, like, what exactly is the purpose? Are we just trying to see if we are doing the work correctly, or like this should fit into something bigger than what we are doing right now?
So now we're just like teaching you guys how to identify um each cell type because uh because after this when so in our lab after we like we go to a pathologist, get trained, like what are the important anatomical structures. So the next step would be is to like, annotate everything, like like so we just zoom this. Let's see if I can zoom it. So you can see this cell. So we mark it as a mesangial cell, but if you want to train a deep learning model, we really need to annotate the entire region of that cell. So yeah, because there might be like morphological features, like the size of the cell that would like inform us about the condition of the patient. So not just like the number of the count of each cell, but like the morphology. Mhm. So we could train a deep learning model to segment each cell type and then extract quantitative features like how rugged the edges are, um, what's the total size area of each cell. Yeah, all of those quantitative features. We could extract those. Mhm. Yeah, but in our lab, we usually yeah, we also started like I'm also first year PhD student, so our trainings also began with this. So they taught us how to mark cells too. And after that, we proceed on like segmenting the entire region for each cell and then train a deep learning model or an AI that would like do the annotations for all of the images, like just to automate everything. Mhm.
Yeah, that is very cool. Thank you.
Mm. Okay, you're welcome. Mm. So, well, how about you, Nick? Do you have any questions or?
I don't think so at the moment. That helped clear it up though, like why we're doing this. So I mean, that
Okay,
was the only thing I was wondering too.
yeah. So the goal would be here is to like um do let you do this like a couple of times so that you reach a level where there's a really like a substantial agreement, like a substantial agreement between a pathologist and a student would be enough to like allow a student do all of the annotations that is necessary or enough for you like for them to like train a machine learning model that could automate all of the process. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't need to be perfect.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, that would be everything. Yeah. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, are you guys done with your session?
I think so. I think we're done.
Okay, so that gives us roughly 1 hour before break. Jamie, do you guys have anything else for them, or are you guys done?
Yeah. My part is done. I'm not sure about Akshita.
Okay,
Again, I'm done too.
okay. What we'll probably do is.
Is there an afternoon session for these? Or
Yes, so the afternoon sessions are going to be put on by myself and Dr. Strikalova. So if you guys are done, you're free to go, or you can stick around if you like.
okay.
But we're just going to be going over other things with them, like professional development things.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, so you guys are going to have your informational interviews with Dr. Panaki tomorrow. And I sent you guys an invite link for that. So make sure you go and look at it. So what I'll probably do is, since they gave us an hour back, we can look over your LinkedIn and set up your Orchid profiles. So I'm gonna send you guys, that way you guys can leave early instead of us having a super long break. I'm gonna send you guys the link to Orchid, and I want you guys to go on the website so that we can set up your profile. Okay, there's the link. So go to that link, and then I'm going to share my screen and I'll walk you all through it. Okay, let me know when you all can see.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay, and do you guys have your side pulled up so you can follow along?
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to go over here to where it says sign in / register. And then once you get there, you want to register now. And then you'll just insert this information. So your name, your primary email, confirm your primary email. And then if you want to add an additional email. So what I would suggest is you can use, since you guys are still students, use your student emails where it says primary. And then where it says additional email, use like a personal email, like a Gmail account or something. That way, you guys still have access to your Orchid if you ever get locked out of your school email. And then once you guys graduate, then you can update it to just be your additional email. And then let me know when you guys have that filled out.
Yeah, I already have it filled out.
Okay. What about you, Norman?
Yeah, I'm done, Joe.
Okay. So I'm gonna log in mine really quick. Hmm. Okay, does your orchid look like this?
I think we have to create a password and all of that still.
What did you say?
I think I have to create a password and do that still. I don't think that showed up for you though, because you already have an account.
So what do you guys see on your end right now after you click register?
I'm actually finishing like entering. Okay, yeah. So we are now on the same page.
Okay, so yeah, just complete the registration and then let me know when you guys get to this part.
Yep.
Okay, are you all here?
Yep.
Okay, so once you get here, that means you officially have your orchid. So this right here is your orchid ID. Make sure you guys write down your login information and record your ID. So I'll give you either record it or type it somewhere that you have, access to it. And then I'll give you guys a few minutes to do that and let me know when both of you have done that, like, recorded your orchid ID and everything. And then I'll kind of give you guys an overview of the site, but it's pretty simple.
Do you want us to send our ID to you or just write it down somewhere?
You guys can just write it down somewhere and then you can email it to me, like in the subject, put orchid ID and then just email me your orchid ID. I'm not sure if we're going to do something where we need to attach it, but just so that we have it, yes, you can send it over to me. And then we'll do an overview of the site. Are you all done?
Yeah.
Okay, Norman, don't forget to send me an email with yours. Okay, so this is Orchid, and it basically allows you to connect your research and your researchers. So as you guys publish, well, question, do you guys have any published research, like any journal articles that you're on or anything?
No.
Okay, so, well, Norman, do you have any that you're currently on? Any published articles or anything?
No, I would say no. Yeah.
Okay, so as you guys, publish research, this will be your like your research identifier number. And what it'll do is any article that you're on, now that you have an Orchid ID, it will connect with your ID. So when you're going to publish and they ask, for your information, you can submit your Orchid ID and everything will like populate here. So I'm just gonna kind of go through. I don't have any current published articles. I have some that are in the works to be published. So when they do get published, they'll be here. But this just shows your emails. If you have any websites, like if you have a personal website where you list all of your projects or anything, you can link it here. I linked my LinkedIn account, so you just go to edit and you can literally add another link and it'll have the name, and then you insert the link here, and then you can change the privacy settings. So this would be for only me. This would be for trusted parties if I want to invite certain people to view it. And then this would be for anyone. So anyone who were to go on Orchid and look for me, they would be able to see this. And that just gives you that option, and you save any changes that you may have. My name, you can add a biography. I literally just made this, I think either late last week or early this week, so I don't really have much, but you can put a bio right here. Any employment that you have that's relevant to your research, you can add it right here, and you would just go to add. You add the organization, fill out all of this information. You would add any links that you may have, like if the company has a website, you can link it there. It has the same visibility settings. And then you could just put save changes. And then your education. So I have my undergraduate degree here, and then my master's degree, and I'll just put edit so you all can see. And right here, just enter all of the information, graduation date, link. I could have put like the link to my college university, but I didn't. And then that would be that. And then you guys just go through and you can add anything else. So if you're like a member of a professional organization or society or association, you can add that here. And it's pretty self-explanatory. It's similar to LinkedIn, honestly. Both of you said that you have LinkedIn, so it's pretty similar. So that is that, and I'm gonna stop sharing. Okay, so what I want you guys to do, I want you guys to go through and start adding some of this information. So I guess you can start off with your education, since you all are both students, and put your undergraduate information in. And then let me know if you have any questions, and also let me know if you need any assistance, but you can go through and put that in first.
So should we just add education right now, or do you
Yes,
think?
you can add education now, and then after education, we'll just move to a different section.
Okay.
know that there is a way to connect with people, but I don't really know how to do that yet. So when I find out, then I'll connect with you all, but I don't really know how to do that right now. Okay, so once you're done with your education, you guys can add, let's see what's probably represented. Okay, we don't have any publications yet as of now. Oh, another thing that you guys can put, so if you see at the very bottom where it says works, not only can you add publications there, you can also add any relevant data sets or any conference presentations. So on Friday, we're going to help you, well, Jessica, she's going to come in and she's going to do poster development with you all, as well as abstracts, so like research posters. And when you guys set those up, that would be a great thing to go and add to your ORCID, because basically it's all things like research that you would include on here. So it's pretty much like a LinkedIn for research. So anything that you have that's pertaining to your research and your works would be great to add here.
So are we actually making a poster to present at the symposium, like on
Yes.
Friday?
Yes, you are.
What will the poster contain?
I believe it will contain things that you guys have gone over from this experience.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what you guys are gonna present. Like you're gonna have, or submit. You're gonna have, like basically show them things that you did within your internship. So, what section are you guys currently working on now? Or
I
are you-
just education.
Okay.
One. I already
Norman,
know.
have you finished your education section?
Oh yeah, I finished education.
Okay, you guys, I guess you guys can move on to let's see what I go here. Okay, I guess you guys can move on probably to your employment section, and you can put like the labs that you all have worked in.
Okay.
How's it coming along so far? Do you guys need any help?
I think I'm just about done. I added some of the research positions under employment and then a couple awards for research that I have. So I don't think anything else is really relevant, at least in like a research context.
Okay. Norman, what about you? Is everything coming along okay? Do you need help with anything?
No, I think everything is fine now.
Okay. Are you guys done so far? Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna share my screen again and I'm gonna show you guys Dr. Strukalova's page, because she has like a bunch of different publications and different things, so you guys can get like a better idea of how it'll look, you know, as you begin to add your different research and experiences. I'm gonna share again. Okay, are you guys able to see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, so this is Dr. Strukalova's, and all I did was literally type her name here. When I typed her name, it just pulled up a bunch of different people with like similar names, and her name was at the very top because I typed in her full name. But that's another way that you can find people. So let's say you're looking for one another like a few years from now, like, oh, I wonder what research Norman has published. You can type his name in and then it'll show you his profile. So she has different IDs for different things. I'm not really sure exactly what these are, but this is her ORCID ID. She listed keywords. So let's say you aren't looking for anyone specific, but maybe you want to look for some research that people have done in biomedical workforce or team science. So she added a lot of keywords that are recurring within her research, which is a great thing for you guys to add once you begin to, you know, have research experiences, or, you know, for the research that you already have, you can go and pull some of those keywords of things that you worked on and add them here. That'll be a great way for people to find you. And then she has her education and qualifications. So it just shows the degrees that she obtained. She has her work. So right here, we see that she has 33 published articles. And then it has that, you know, some of them were cross-ref and preferred sources. You also see other contributors of people who have worked with her. Then it has the DOI. So if you wanted to actually go to the journals, you have that option as well. And then in bold here, we see the titles of the journal. So this is helpful if you're looking for something specific. You can like read to see what it's about. And if that's something that you're interested in, you just click and you're able to read the article. So she has all of these. Let's see if she has anything else. Okay, so we also see right here where she has a book. So a book that she published is also listed here. So any type of work that you all have that's related to your research, you can add it, even if you write a book or you're featured in a book. Journal article. And then that's all for her. Do you guys have any questions? So here we see Dr. Starter, who you guys are going to meet. He has a bunch of his work on here as well. So different papers, you can put papers here, journal articles, books, and any other type of work that's relevant to the research. And if anybody wants to, you know, see what you guys have worked on, that would be great here. So when you guys go to conferences or you present, you can add those research specs there as well. Do you guys have any questions so far?
I don't think so right now.
Okay, well, if you guys have any, feel free to email me, or if you come up with any while we're still on here, let me know. So the next thing we're going to go over is LinkedIn. If you guys can just log into your LinkedIn and let me know when you have logged in.
I'm logged in.
Okay, I'm trying to go and find you guys. I just Nick, do you have your full name or do you have Nick Sherwin?
It's under Nick. Do you think it should be my full name or like
Honestly,
Nicholas?
it's what's preferred for you.
Okay.
If you prefer to go by Nick, then you could keep Nick there, because generally in the professional world, people are going to they're going to address you however you present your name, but nothing is wrong with Nick. Do
Okay.
you have a picture?
Yeah.
It's like a 608 different people that are popping up. I don't know, maybe you'll just have to find me because my name is for you. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen, and then you can just find me. So I'm going to pretty much go over LinkedIn, give you guys some tips. Hello, interns. Welcome to my TED Talk. So I am Kimira, and this is my LinkedIn. Please disregard all of the different notifications. I will check them when I have time. Okay, so this is LinkedIn. You guys both have LinkedIn, so you can just follow along on your end. Kimira, I put my degree classification after my name. That's subjective. Some people do, some people don't, but I would say if you at least have a degree, like if you obtained your degree already, put it there. And it helps also with different positions. So let's see, you have like I have an MPH, right? You'll have recruiters that have job positions and they're looking for someone. One of the requirements is that the person has an MPH. So they wouldn't have to go to my profile to see if I have it because I already have it behind my name. So that's a little tidbit for you also right there. Right here, it just has some of my educational attainments. LinkedIn will show your analytics. So it's private to me, but it'll show you guys, you know, on your end as well. Right here, this is just a mini bio that I have. Pretty much your about section. You can think of it like your objectives on your personal statement. So you pretty much just want to give like a quick spiel about you. Take a few facts that you feel like are important to showcase and just add it there. And then one of the things that I added was my resume. And it's great to have this here because again, you'll have recruiters or different people with different opportunities. Sometimes they'll message you, but if you already have your resume here, they're able to go and look at it and they wouldn't have to ask you those same questions. So my resume, I just have my name, my email, phone number, and LinkedIn. I have a professional statement. So one key difference you guys will see in professional resumes versus an academic resume is the terminology that's used and also the order in which the resume is set up. So a lot of times when you're a student, you don't have as much experience or any at all for some. So what you'll do is you put your education first because that's what you're leading with. You're leading with education. But as you begin to gain experience, then you'll put your experience first because experience is valued a lot. I don't want to say over education, but if you have like tangible experiences, then you'll have employers that care more about that than what you got your degree in. Like if you have your degree in like art science, they don't really care about that if you know how to code or if you know how to use Python or you understand computer science, right? So your experience is very vital. So a lot of times when you create your professional resume, your experience will go first just because those are the things that employers and internships and recruiters actually care to know about. So yes, that's that. And then we'll go a little bit over resumes more later, but I added my resume. And then again, LinkedIn is very similar to a resume, but you don't have a limit on what you can include. So my rule of thumb is always include the things that are important and that are relevant to what you're trying to get out of it. So this is a professional platform that you're trying to connect with others, you're trying to network. When you guys start your professional job hunt, this is a great resource because they have jobs. You can literally click and you'll see different jobs. It tells you the salary, it tells you where it's located, it'll tell you if it is on site, which means it's in person, if it's hybrid, which means you can work from home as well as in person, and it'll also tell you if it's remote. So if there are any remote positions, it'll tell you. And they put you jobs based on your profile. That's why setting up your profile is very important because the way you set up your profile will determine the information that LinkedIn is sending you. So for me, because I'm a research coordinator, LinkedIn gives me a lot of things that have to do with research, that have to do with clinical studies, clinical research, coordination, research manager, because of my position. Now, if I were to go and put something else in there, like I'm a cashier, then they would give me positions that are more tailored to that background as a cashier. So one thing that we're gonna do once we update your resumes, we're gonna go back into LinkedIn and I'm gonna have you guys to put your resume within LinkedIn. So that's something that we'll do later when we have the resume workshop. And then experience. So question, are your LinkedIn's up to date? Like, have you put your latest experiences and education and everything in your LinkedIn, or is that something that you guys need to work on?
I don't think mine is updated at all. It's
Okay,
been a since updated.
okay,
LinkedIn.
so we'll go through just like we did with Orchid, and we'll kind of update those, and then as well as education. And one thing I love about LinkedIn is, again, it allows you to list pretty much everything that you would include on a resume. It's like a giant CV. It's not really a limit. You can add as many experiences, education, any volunteering, anything, right? So LinkedIn is that one place where you can literally put it all out there. And if an employer or someone sees something that you have experience in that is valuable to them, then they'll reach out. Or if they don't reach out, then you can reach out to them, and then they'll go to your profile and be able to see that you have these things. So skills, I just listed some of the skills that I learned within my program. It's also good to update these things. So let's say it was a skill that I obtained in school that I completely forgot about, and then I think about it. You can go and you can edit that experience, and you can literally add the skill. So if I wanted to add coding, I would just literally click add skill, and then I would start typing it in. Now, what is it? Okay, here it is. Medical coding, HTML, Python. So for those of you who have Python experience, that will be great to add, because you'll have companies that really want somebody or require someone who they're hiring to have this specific skill. So if you already have it on your profile, then that'll show them that this is something you have experience with. You can tell them the type of programming language. So whether it's R, RTL, front end coding. So those are great skills to add. Yeah. And then your network, it just gives you the opportunity to connect with different people. Okay, so I'm gonna stop sharing right now. Do you guys have any questions so far?
I don't think so. It's kind of just one of those things that you have to go into and just
Right.
do it.
Right. Okay, so I want you guys to take a few minutes to kind of look over your LinkedIn. If there's any gaps, so let's say you're currently in school, but you don't have that you're currently, pursuing your bachelor's. Go in to the education section and add that. And then if you do already have that added, then you can go to experience. And then you can add recent experiences. One thing that I want you guys to add definitely is this program. So just having that on there, that you were selected for University of Florida NIH funded program, a lot of the things that you guys were able to do, such as resume development, elevator pitches, and just the different things that you guys are going to do within the program. Definitely add that, because that's a great experience to have on your LinkedIn profile. And it also gives you that connection, which Nick, you're already at the University of Florida, but for Norman, it'll give you that connection to the University of Florida. You'll see that some employers or some professional organizations, they favor people from certain backgrounds. So let's say you are going up for this position and you happen to interview with somebody from UF. That's a talking point right there. Oh, great. I did a program at the University of Florida, or I graduated from the University of Florida, and these are some things that I did. So it kind of will give you like an upper hand and just create that relatability between you and your audience, whoever you're speaking with. So definitely you always want to add like any experience that you have that's outside of like your norm Oh, I went to school, like any extracurricular activities that you participated in, that you learned, that you developed skills, go and add it to your LinkedIn, just to give yourself that opportunity to be seen and to be able to network based on those skills and experiences. So I'll give you guys a few minutes to do that. And then what I'll do, I'll have you guys share your screen if it allows you to on your end. And I'll just go through and give you guys a little feedback, and then we'll go off for lunch at 12. So I'll give you guys a few minutes to add or make edits. Then when we come back from lunch, you'll have your session with Dr. Strekalova, and then we'll do your resume. I'll give you guys tips and we'll update your resumes. So and that'll be our day. Let's say I'm gonna give you guys about 10 minutes. Do you guys think 10 minutes is good?
That's a good start, I'd say.
Okay, so do what you can in 10 minutes, and then after that, I'll have you share your screens, give you some feedback, and then we'll go on break.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. If you guys can wrap it up, you'll have more time to edit, but I just want to go over it really quick with you guys before we finish out. So who wants to go first?
I guess. You want to go first, Norman? That's fine. I don't care.
You can go, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so Nick, you're just going to share your screen and we're going to kind of look over it. I'll tell you some things that you can add and improve on, but
Yeah, I
then,
think it's just gonna take a lot longer to
yeah,
actually
it's okay. We just want to see where you guys are
like a couple
for a start.
really get it updated.
Okay, so you have your class, you have University of Florida is there. Did you go up a little bit? Did you add any contact info, like a way that they can contact you if they want
Yeah,
to?
I think that's not.
Okay, so that's one note. Make sure you guys are making notes of like things that you can go back and add. But yes, LinkedIn is a process. It's not like an overnight thing. There are still things that I need to go and tweak and update. But okay, so yes, make sure you add contact info. And then you can go down. Okay, experience. Right there. Okay. So with your experience, okay. So with your experience, make sure you add because I saw your resume and I'm gonna do with your resume, I'll probably put you guys into breakout rooms. But with your resume, I saw a bunch of experiences that you have, you know, about like working in clinics and, you know, doing research. So you want to make sure you go and add those experiences. And it's up to you, but you can tailor like your experiences. Like let's say, for instance, you know that you want a job that is like healthcare related, things like that. What you can do is you can go and you can edit your experiences and you can remove, I'm not, let me see, can you? You can go and remove anything that's not relevant to the job or the position that you're seeking. Or you can leave it, it's up to you. But the goal of LinkedIn is to pretty much include the things that people would want to see in terms of like employers. If you're reaching out for any specific opportunities like an internship, you want those things that that they want to see towards the top, and then anything else kind of, you know, falling down. Because when people are looking, like even with your resume, that's why we always suggest that it's one page, because they want to be able to breeze over it, pick out a few things and say, okay, yes, I want this person, or no, I don't want this person. So you pretty much want to set up your LinkedIn the same way. Go down for education.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff is just from high school, so
Okay,
it's
yeah. So I would suggest going through and like getting rid of, because you guys are juniors now, right?
yeah.
Okay, so because you guys have so many like collegiate experiences and experiences that really stand out, you can go and delete the like the high school experiences, because as you guys begin to go up, like okay, you graduate, you're going to like grad school, professional school, those high school things won't be relevant anymore. So that's another way to tailor your LinkedIn as well as your resumes. It's kind of like getting rid of those old things. So what I try to do, I try to update mine like every 6 months generally, because like for instance this position, so I'm working as a research coordinator, so the things that I do at month 1 versus month 6 will be different. So I'll go through like my resume or my LinkedIn and I may add experiences that I've had, or I may, you know, take some away that aren't really as relevant. So you guys want to make sure that you're doing that, you know, regularly, updating your resume and updating your LinkedIn. And when we do the resume workshop later, you guys will be able to see some tips and tricks for your resumes to make them stand out and to make them more professionally appealing. You can go down.
Yeah, so one of my classes had me do like you can do like certifications on LinkedIn, and it like pulls it up for you when you complete it, and there's like LinkedIn learning, so that's kind of nice.
Okay, that's great. And let me see on mine where it is. So it's a section. Okay, so there's a way that you can add another section with your skills. That would be a great skill to add. Like adding Python as also a skill. Yeah. So okay, great. And then projects, you want to make sure everything is relevant to, you know, the work that you're doing.
Yeah, a lot of this is just high school stuff, like looking back at it, so.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like you have a pretty good idea of, you know, how to set it up and how to optimize it. You can stop sharing.
Okay.
So all you have to do is like kind of go and clean it up and, you know, remove the old things and then make sure you update your experiences. One tip that I have is when you go into a new experience, create like a document, whether it's like a Google Doc or, you know, on your Drive, and take detailed notes of what you're doing. Because one thing that I've noticed is it can be difficult to recall some of the things you've done. Like you will know like, oh my gosh, I worked at this lab for 6 months or a year and I did so much. But when it comes time to like translate that to LinkedIn or to your resume, sometimes we have like a brain freeze, like trying to recall the things that we did. So a great thing would be to create a document, have the title of whatever the position is that you participated in, have the date that you started, leave a blank for, you know, end date, so that when you do end that experience, you won't have to kind of like figure out, you know, when you're updating your resume or you're applying for a job and they ask you the start and the end date, sometimes you may not remember the exact date, but if you have like a reference document, then you can just go back and find it. And then you can go and show all of the different things that you did within that experience. So you guys have been able to work with MATLAB and some of the other systems that you work with. So what you can do is create a doc for this experience and go through and, you know, take notes and say what you did. And a great reference would be the schedule, because, you know, the schedule kind of has different things that you did. But I'm also going to be sending you all the slides, so you'll be able to go back through the slides and recall some of the things that you did, so that when you do need to update your LinkedIn or you do need to update your resume, you'll have those as references as well. But just having like a general doc where you can put like bullet points and say, okay, we did coding, this was the type of coding we did, this was the platform we used, so that when you go through LinkedIn, for example, you can add those skills, like you work with Python, you work with MATLAB, you work with this, and those will be great additions, because sometimes we forget the programs or the systems that we use. So that's just a little tip I have. So Norman, do you want to share for like the last few minutes? I'll give you some tips and then we'll go on lunch.
Let me share my screen. All right. Can you see my screen now? Oh no.
No, it's like black.
Wait, is it still loading? Oh.
Yeah, it's still loading. Try to stop screen share and then try it again and see if it pops up.
All right. So,
Okay, we can see it. Okay, so you have a profile picture, you have a background, great. You have currently in school. I'm not sure if you have contact information, but if you don't, make sure you go and update your contact Okay, you have your LinkedIn, your email, okay. You can scroll down. You have an about section. Keep going. Okay, stop. Go up a little bit to your experiences. Okay. Okay, so one thing that you want to make sure you add, I see on your resume that you have some research experience, like lab and research. So you want to make sure you go and add those experiences, those recent experience. I see August and January. So make sure you go and add those, and make sure your experiences are in reverse chronological. So basically that's with the newest experiences like towards the top, and with the later experiences toward the bottom. You can go down. Okay, education. You have, are you double majoring? Norman? I'm not sure if you're.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute.
Okay, are you double majoring?
Yeah, I'm actually double majoring.
Okay, so that's why you have two. Okay, good. Go down. Let's scroll down. Okay, you have your licenses. Okay, pretty good. Public health, transcription. Okay, and then for your skills, make sure you go through your skills and make sure that the skills that you have listed are like your relevant skills. But other than that, it looks pretty good. Just make sure you add those. Okay, that looks good. Make sure you add the updates from that I see on your resume. Make sure you add them to your LinkedIn too, because you can have a great resume, but if people don't know that you did it, then it doesn't really count. So LinkedIn is a great tool because it's like a huge resume / CV, and you can add literally all of your experiences, and you can edit it at any time. So make sure you go back and add your relevant work experiences. So I see that you worked in the lab, you did research, you're a research intern. Add all of those experiences that aren't there on there. And yeah, you guys are off to a really good start. So you can stop sharing. You guys are off to a really good start. When we update your resumes later on today, then after you guys have, an updated resume, we're going to make sure we put your resume on your LinkedIn, and then we're going to make sure that your LinkedIn has the updated information. Everything is in the correct order and all of that. But so far, you guys are off to a really good start.
Communication, conflict resolution, and things like that. So first, addressing conflict. There is a great tool. Oh, I wish I checked. Okay, never mind. So there is a great tool. There is a great approach to think about conversations that are difficult, and it comes from a published book, Conversations Worth Having, and then we adapted it for the use in more research and academic context. So I'll give you some examples of that. So first of all, think about a conversation, a critical conversation that you had. How did it make you feel? Right? It's almost like we're getting tiny inside, or if it's like, okay, we're walking on eggshells, or if there is an anticipation of that, it is quite an uncomfortable feeling. And generally, conversations about problems or issues, they're charged. We're like that mama otter where we feel protective or defensive. Stress is high, negative emotions are high, and if somebody is in the position of power, they may feel like, you have to do it, right? We start getting that a little bit authoritarian approach. But if we're in the position where we're being told, we're being approached with problems, issues, we're defensive. And definitely, you know, it's conversation is missing in action. The connection is missing in action, right? We start to be pulled apart. What kind of conversation is likely to result? You know, we're either shut down or we stop engaging, but all in all, it is not an effective conversation to have, right? And now think of a good conversation. You know, it elates us, it excites us, it keeps us motivated, right? We want to have more of the great conversations. But now try to think, were there some great conversations where there are some lessons learned, right? It's okay, it was maybe a difficult kind of topic to talk through, but somehow it turned okay, right? There wasn't those defensive feelings. And this tool that helps us think and helps us plan and be strategic and mindful about how to have those conversations worth having. So, you know, generally, when there are some problems that we're facing, we start identifying what the problem is. So, you know, here I have an example from healthcare. So it's, you know, low performance, and maybe it's, you know, the faculty are dissatisfied, there's low morale. We start to identify all those issues. There is, you know, sometimes a little bit paralysis by analysis. We identify all of those topics. And then it's almost like we want to almost assign blame, but we're trying to, you know, zero in on the problem, and we focus on the problem. And, you know, generally it creates some tension, it creates conflict, it creates that kind of defensiveness that I was talking about. However, we can also approach it from the positive framing. And rather than thinking about all of the issues, we can start by, okay, what are we hoping to achieve? What's the goal here? So in my situation with low performance, the goal would be high performance, right? We don't want to delve on the low performance. We want to have satisfied patients. We want to have productivity. We want to have staff who are engaged. We want high morale. So rather than starting and focusing on the problem, yes, we're identifying that there is a problem. The goal here is to flip it quickly and ask, similar to what I was saying yesterday, what are you hoping to achieve? What's the goal, right? The goal is not to keep on talking and talking and talking about problems. The goal is to do something about it. So there are also some psychological aspects to that. First, you know, every conversation has an anticipation. It influences our mindset. And so if we anticipate a challenging conversation, it probably will be. If we anticipate that somebody will be defensive, they probably will be. And it's almost like, you know, the self-fulfilling prophecy. If we think that it's tough, you know, if we think this will be a, you know, this will be a complete nightmare to go through, well, we start putting in, right? We get what we expect from a lot of the situations. So what kinds of conversations are we having? And I really wanted to practice this a little bit. So we could have appreciative conversations or depreciative conversations, and also some conversations that are not really conversations, they're statements. And, you know, on the other side of that is inquiry, where we're asking questions. So let me give you some examples. First is, you know, your work is sloppy, you will never amount to anything. You know, it almost feels like, you know, when mom is really upset with us, or dad is like, you know, what is going, well, no, you know, you're such a slob, you know, you're doing this. They're statements, and they really don't really move us anywhere. Okay, you know, imagine somebody keeps on telling you, you will never amount to anything. All you do is a disgrace, right? All you do is such low quality. What do you want me to do about it? Okay, I hear you, right? It doesn't move us. It's statements, they're depreciative. And they're destructive conversations. They really, you know, burn all of the goodwill that we might have. There also could be depreciative inquiry. You've probably, you know, experienced that a lot. And having a 5-year-old, I have to pull myself sometimes, like, what were you thinking? I keep on telling you, and you keep on doing this, and why are you doing this? Like, no, doesn't lead anywhere. Again, it's a question that is rhetorical, right? It's not that we actually expect an answer to this. So again, why have this conversation? It's critical in a sense where, okay, we're critiquing, we sort of have this, open-ended questions, they're not moving us anywhere. So the goal is to move from those depreciative conversations to appreciative conversations. How do we do that? One is, there are statements, great work, I love the way you presented the data. Those can be very effective if it moves beyond just great work, right? So when you're asking for feedback, if a faculty just tells you great work, you're like, okay, what did you like about it specifically? Or, can you be a little bit more specific, right? I prefer option B because it gives us more flexibility, or, I really like how you presented those data and the graphs that you presented, because it allows you to learn from what you've done right. And next time, you know what to repeat. That is the learning process. So some of those statements are good, but even better are appreciative inquiry. So rather than just saying, good work, sometimes we have to address a challenging situation in an appreciative way. And rather than starting with statements, and rather than starting with those critical, open-ended questions that don't really require an answer, right? What were you thinking? Think of, okay, we want a positive outcome. So what ideas do you have for making this work for everyone? Think if there is somebody on your team who is not pulling it through, what ideas would you have to, to contribute to this project? Those are the kinds of appreciative inquiry conversations that allow you to give a lot of positive reinforcement and positive feedback, right? Somebody's doing great. It's like, wow, what motivated you, right? What are some of the things that are really working well here? And then you can also use those kinds of questions when you need to address a perspective conflict, right? And those are the conversations worth having. And really, there are two simple practices here. First are those generative questions that start with what, what are your ideas? How can we make it happen? You're open to the ideas, and you're really not trying to push. You're not trying to, what were you thinking is not kind of the question, right? But what was your thought process? Because we want to replicate that. Or, what did you change so it became possible? Or what would you change so it could be cohesive for a team? Is that kind of generative question. It should generate ideas. And then the other side of it, very important, is start with positive framing. Always focus on what is that positive outcome that you're hoping to achieve, rather than drilling down on what went wrong. Okay, we got it, right? We need to recognize that something didn't go as planned, but how do we move beyond that? And really what you do is you start with a problem or complaint. It may be yours, it may be somebody else's. You need to state it, right? You first need to diagnose what the problem is. My teammates, I feel that my teammates are not contributing as much, right? You first need to state it, but then you're flipping it. And you're presenting a statement for what would it be? And I'll give you an example, right? What would it? My team is very cohesive and everybody contributes. Now, how would you flip it as a question that can help the team talk through and propose some ideas? So let me go through an example. I'm doing all the writing and my collaborators do not carry their weight. Very common, not only in class projects, but in other projects as well, right? That's the problem. That's where we start. We recognize this is what we want to change. Then we're flipping it. What we hope to achieve, what the goal is, that we're a cohesive and dedicated team. Everyone plays an important role and willing to do the work. Right? So you need to understand what the gap is, where we're trying to get. And then you start asking questions, right? We're a bit behind on writing. What can we do to catch up? And then you pause. Rather than starting to talk, you're allowing your team to assume accountability and come up with a solution. Now, there may be situations when the person is, I don't know, I don't care. Well, That's the kind of team member that you have, right? It allows for the motivation to stay in the project to come up. There also could be, it's like, I'm sorry, I will not be able to catch up. Maybe I need to remove myself from this team. That is in situations where there is, when people have the flexibility to remove themselves from the team. When you're assigned a project for your class, you know that the team has to do it all together. But in other research projects, I see people realizing, I've taken on too much. I cannot carry all of that load. Let me remove myself and not have my teammates rely on me for something that I will not be able to perform. In class projects, and I've been in situations where I had to coach some of the student groups, like, okay, this is, somebody is usually coming up and they're saying, we've been reaching out to that one person and they never respond, they never show up, they're missing class, what do we do? Again, having an opportunity for the person to speak up, right? Not feeling that they're being attacked by everyone. So what can we do? And in good examples where it actually was resolved, that student came and said, I am going through quite a bit right now. I literally am just, trying to keep my head above the water. But if the team can help me with this assignment, I will contribute to the next one, right? You have my promise, I will, I will do it. So it allows the person to again own up and contribute. You also can be asking, what are our strengths as a team? Because maybe you're expecting somebody to write, but they feel that they're not the strongest writer, but they may be contributing to, I don't know, the PowerPoint presentation, right? The visuals or something else. So again, having that conversation about what are the strengths of the team. And sometimes you have the conversation with yourself if you are finding yourself in role of a leader, or you may be actually engaging your team members in that conversation. So what I would like to do next is think of a challenge, think of a problem that you've experienced recently, in your research studies, in your academic studies, and let's try to practice this. So first, we're starting with the problem. What was the problem?
I guess I could start with something that I kind of have in mind. So I think one time, like last semester, I was in this group for one of my classes, and I feel like we had a hard time like establishing what the expectations were for like one of my teammates, because he was like a new transfer student and new to UF, so I don't think he like knew the expectations. And that was like the problem we encountered, because we thought his work was like I guess like subpar, didn't show as much effort as the rest of us were putting in, and then like trying to not like walk on eggshells kind of, and like address it head on, but then also not be like rude or try to like hurt his feelings or anything, because he's like adjusting to a new environment.
Yes, and right, I appreciate your sensitivity, because if it's a transfer student and you're saying we've split the work and they're giving you, I don't know, some very subpar draft or something, right? Whatever, maybe it's more computational, and what you see is some scratch notes rather than a finished product. All right, so here's the problem. What would be the solution to that? What would be the not really the solution, but what would be a different reality that would make you satisfied?
I think it would be everyone being on the same page and feeling like there's an equal contribution would be like the main thing. Even if it's not like perfect, just knowing that everyone's like trying their hardest and that work is up to the level of standard that's expected by everyone else.
Okay. All right. So then what kind of question and of whom could you ask to have a conversation?
I think it's like an approach like with the team as a whole, as well as with like maybe the professor as well. I don't know. I think it's kind of a tricky like spot to be in, but I think the first step is to address the person head on and say like, hey, I know you're like adjusting, but I don't know, maybe like, I don't, it's kind of difficult to like not be rude, but also be like direct. So I don't know exactly how I would word something like that, like, because it's just difficult to bring something like that up.
What do you think, Norman?
Well, I would say, so I'm responding to a situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, usually in a scenario like that, I think it is usually better to ask the person, like, if you have like expectations, then, you try to ask the person, like, what can they do? How can you help that person to achieve like certain expectations? Just because someone is coming from another country and here is in a new environment, they have their own standards and you have your own standards. So I think before you start working together, if you have like expectations that you can set for each other, like if someone doesn't meet, then you can try to ask each other, like, what can we do to help you to achieve our expectations?
Yeah, I love how you looked at it, right? What can we do to help you achieve that? Nikki, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I just thought that was a good response. Like trying to be supportive of them is like a good way to approach it. But then I also think like you could run into like the danger of having to end up carrying their load if you do something like that as well. Because like natural response maybe to someone that doesn't want to do the work or something like along those lines. If you say like, what can we do to achieve it? Like they'd want you to do even more than what you're expected, and then that could just end up being a whole other problem in itself. So I don't know, it's tricky.
But here, think that what you're offering is not to do the work for the person, but to help them build the skills to do it.
Okay.
Right? What can we do? And let's make it, specific example. You're writing something, right? You've split your writing assignment and you see that the person is, I don't know, the grammar is non-existent, the thoughts are incoherent, right? They're run-on sentences. It's maybe they went online and just cropped a whole bunch of different sentences, right? It's nowhere to be submitted, and you realize, or they've just copied a whole bunch of lecture notes, and that's what they do. So first, you can state, if you're focusing on the person, you can say, I've noticed that the writing that you're submitting is in more of a draft form than what's expected for this, or it's not fully responsive to the requirements of the assignment. What can we do to help you feel more confident in your skills as a writer? What can we do to help you feel more confident with, I don't know, the statistical problems that were being assigned, or if there's a case study, right? Whatever the situation is. So again, there is another analogy, and it was a Harvard Business Review article from the 60s, where the metaphor is who's got the monkey, right? So when employees come to managers, they have hungry monkeys on their backs, right? It's a task that needs to be completed. It's a project that is getting derailed. And an employee may come to the manager and say, I have all those problems. This person is not responding. We're over budget. We're, over our timeline. We're behind schedule. And the manager could say, well, okay, give me a report. I will look at it. And the monkey stays with the manager, and now it's manager's responsibility to do something with it. So the way to work through that situation is first recognize, what is the monkey and why is the monkey hungry? So what needs to be done? But then rather than taking it on the team and starting to own somebody else's challenge, the question would be, okay, how can we together as a team help you be effective with what you do? Again, you're not, when you're in your class environments, you frequently have very little time. And, let's be honest, many of the class assignment projects are getting done in the last 2-3 weeks, 2-3 days of the assignment deadline, right? So that is where, the skills sort of already have to be there. But if you're recognizing early on that somebody is not carrying the load, this is what you're saying, right? How can we catch up? You also can ask a person, what are your strengths? What do you feel? How do you feel you can contribute to this project the best?
Okay.
Because you may have assigned writing to that person, but they may have skills in other areas. And by saying, I will do the writing, it's easier for me to do. I'm more proficient with that. I am, we're still not relieving you of the group responsibilities, but sort of, recognizing what else needs to be done and assigning that to the person. So that also shifts the focus from the person to the team. And ideally, there would be a conversation. Okay, what are our strengths as a team, right? What are our expectations for first equal contribution and quality of the work that we are doing. In our graduate school for health professions, for medical students, there is an interprofessional education course that they're required to take. And there are a few things that they do in that course. First, it's setting those expectations. So, what is our expectations for the response time? What is our expectation for somebody saying that they will be behind? And another one, again, it's a communication tool, having closed loop communication. So if you're sending a response or sending an inquiry or saying something, other members need to acknowledge, okay, received, I will respond by, tomorrow. That allows for everybody to sort of know that communication and messages do not go in some ether and getting lost there. But it starts with setting the expectations. So a tool for you, for both of you and for us always would be, okay, what are our expectations as a team? When do we want to get it done? Or, how do we want to split the work? And have everybody in a, round robin kind of situation go through and plan for that. It's always, of course, hindsight 2020. We remember the situations when it doesn't work. And wished we would have done that, but hopefully at least it will trigger the memory. Okay, Norman, what about you? What is an example of a problem that maybe you have faced?
Yeah, I think I'll relate to my own self. I think usually I tend to say a lot of negative things about my own life. So one example is in academics. Usually I always say I'm taking graduate level courses and they are very difficult and I'm going to fail. So.
Okay, so of
Right.
course, the solution or the positive for that would be.
So I think the positive side is I think I've taken some difficult classes before and I have figured out ways to navigate difficult classes. So I think I have the capacity to pass all these classes with good grades. So for a generative question, probably I would say, what can I do to pass these classes? What are some of the areas that I feel like are challenging? What are some of the available resources that I can use to pass these classes? I don't know if I can combine it like into a single question.
And it doesn't have to be just one question, right? What resources are available? But also what you could ask is, what worked for me in the past?
Yes.
Right? What has worked for me in the past? Because as you said, it's not the first class that you're taking, but even if it is the first class that you're taking, what has helped me in my classes before? This is not your first experience ever. And that allows that introspective question, a generative question where you're not again drilling on what are the different, what are the possible problems and how do I prepare for the problems, but how do I recognize the strength? And that is what appreciative conversations are about. They frequently start with the position, what works or what do we hope will work? And let's target that, right? Let's have the anticipation that we will get there. And let's ask the question that help us get there rather than, why haven't you finished up your work and why is your writing so sloppy, or why do you find it so difficult? You will find it difficult and somebody's writing will be sloppy. What are we hoping to achieve? But this is a perfect segue to the other topic that I wanted to bring to you, asking for support. So again, there is a great book. All you have to do is ask. I have it on my bookshelf, Nick. You have the luxury of walking into my office if you ever wanted to read it. But Norman, I can give you the citation. It's Wayne Baker is an organizational psychologist. He's a PhD in Michigan State, I think, but don't quote me on his university affiliation. But that's not the point. He is a researcher, but this is more of a the popular self-help, popular psychology book that he wrote after many years of doing that research. And first, he normalizes that asking for help is hard. And for women, it's harder than for men, but I don't want to generalize to genders. First of all, we underestimate other people's willingness and ability to help, right? It's like, nah, I don't know, it's I don't want to inconvenience them. We over-rely on our ability to do it, or our ability to tough it up and get it done. I would rather depend on myself than on others, because it's also shakier ground when we have to rely on others and hope that they will be, they will come through on their promise. And then we perceive that there are social costs of seeking help. What it means is, okay, if I ask for help, somebody may think that I am less capable, right? That I am incapable of doing it myself. And that sometimes stems from early feedback that we receive. You figure it out. Is it too difficult for you? And then we get into that notion. Okay, we have to tough it up. In other situations, maybe it is psychologically the environment is so competitive. I think, Norman, yesterday you were talking about it. It's so competitive. It's like, okay, if I ask for help, they will look down at me, or I will definitely feel to how to ask for help. And sometimes we just don't know how to ask, or there are all those sort of our thoughts or barriers, psychological barriers. So what I want to give you is that notion that there are different kinds of people. There are those who ask for help more frequently, and those who help more frequently or less frequently. And that is how it plays out. There are, let's start with those who ask infrequently and help infrequently. Okay, I'll just be in my cave. I will do my own thing, right? So, leave me alone. I can rely on myself. I can develop my own skills. Yes, you understand what you can and cannot do, but ultimately you're less productive than you could be, because you're carrying all of that load yourself. It's imagine, you're trying to climb a mountain and you have to carry all of that yourself, right? There is a capacity limit to that. There are also those who ask infrequently but help frequently. It's like, yes, absolutely, I will help you. It's, we usually know who those people are. It's very easy to ask them for help. They're well regarded because, yes, she can help you or he can help you. Just go and ask. They never say no. But ultimately, those people can burn out because they're addressing somebody else's needs. They're trying to, to be so helpful that they're forgetting sometimes about their own needs. There are also those people who are just asking, right? And then they are unavailable when somebody else asks them. But there is that golden quadrant where you ask for help, but you also help when others reach out to you. And it doesn't have to be a quid pro quo. It doesn't have to be that Nick asks me, and then I will ask something of Nick, right? That Kimara asks me for help, and then I will be owning a favor. think of that as, there is sort of a reciprocity circle. You give into the community, but then you're also asking something of the community. It works very well in teams where maybe there is a more junior member who is, asking, but then they also maybe, whether it's, helping the other students, or they're helping with their particular, they may be dedicating the time. They're asking a lot of help in terms of skill development and training, but they're also giving their time on doing some of the grunt work, the data cleaning, whatever the situation may be. And what it results is those who ask infrequently and those who are too frequently asking, they are in those lower performance levels. But there is that, you should be able to rely on yourself, but not all of the time. You should be giving help, but again, not all of the time, so that you maintain that balance. And that is what the research shows where people generally are. So there is a quick start method to asking. First, overcome the notion that I shouldn't be asking for help. So whenever there is a situation that you feel, I wish the instructor would help us, right? I wish the professor would chime in. Well, did you ask the professor to chime in? Because they're not clairvoyant. They may not be able to, foresee that. Or I wish my PI would have stepped in. Okay, have you communicated it, or is it just you brewing and all of those thoughts, or you wish something has happened? So you first articulate your goal. Again, what are you hoping to achieve, right? It resonates with the previous tool, but we talked about it yesterday. What are you hoping to achieve? Then articulate what is it you're asking. What's the ask? What are you hoping to get in terms of help? Are you asking for advice? Are you asking for somebody to intervene in a situation, right? It would be useful if you can talk to this student because we think we've exhausted our opportunities as a team. It would be helpful if, Norman, following on your example, it would be helpful if you can give me PowerPoint slides ahead of time because I'm an undergraduate taking graduate level courses. It would help me prepare better. So you need to know, what do you hope to get out of that request? Because there may be a mismatch. A person may be thinking that you expect them to give you advice, but you actually need them to do something. You think that you're asking for a letter of recommendation, but they think that they're referring you to a different program, right? So what are you doing there? And then make a smart request. I'll go through that. And of course, nurture your network. You need to come back to people periodically, but I also have a notion about nurturing the network and different perceptions. So let me first go through the smart request. It needs to be specific. When you ask people of something, what are you really asking them to do? And to give you a specific example, let's say you need a letter of recommendation, right? You will be applying to graduate school, medical school, whatever internships, and you could be asking the faculty member for a recommendation, but it would be useful, for example, for me to know, is it a recommendation for admission to medical school? Are you applying for a medical intern for an internship? Is it the PhD program that you're applying for? Again, so specific, and also if you haven't been in contact with that person, trigger their memory with something. It needs to be meaningful, and ideally it would be something that helps them understand why their help will be meaningful to them, and also why is it so important for you that you're making a request, right? This is a pivotal point in my academic development, or this opportunity is really unique, and I want to put the best foot forward. It needs to have an action. If you're asking for something, tell people what is it that you want from them specifically. And of course, must be realistic, strategically sound. So if you're trying to get an internship, a letter of recommendation would be realistic. But I've also had students who said, oh, I know you're working on NIH project. Can you introduce me to the program officer? No, I'm sorry, I can't. And time bound. So the time bound is probably the easiest one, but I see it very frequently missing in my own communication and also in the requests that I receive. Would you be able to provide a letter of recommendation? Yes, sure, absolutely. And then, I think, okay, fine, I have some time, and then, because there is no date, I may forget about it, or, I put it somewhere and then I'm delaying. And then the student says, oh, I'm sorry to follow up, but it's due tomorrow. Okay, tell me that it's due tomorrow, or, tell me 2 weeks ago that it will be due in 2 weeks, and it's okay, follow up and say, hey, I'm really thankful that you were willing to write that letter. Just an FYI, it will be due in 2 days. I appreciate those nudges. Many of my colleagues appreciate those nudges, because maybe if we didn't do it in the spur of the moment, something else, came up. It's not that we're uncommitted to write it for you. It just reprioritizes it for us. But the time boundness is very useful. And also, maybe you need to explain why you're asking for something that is due tomorrow. Right? I am reaching out to you with a request for a letter of recommendation. I came across this opportunity. It is unfortunately very close deadline. It's due on Friday, but I think I am very strong and I'm very committed to pursuing this, opportunity, this line of research. Would it be feasible for you? Would it be possible for you to write a letter knowing that it's due tomorrow, or, the day after tomorrow? A request like that, when you explain why it's meaningful to you and for the other person, somebody could say, I wish I could, but I'm traveling right now, I will not be able to do it. Or if you can send me a draft, I'm happy to add it and send it back to you. So again, you're explaining the time boundaries, and what is it that you're expecting from the other person, and then it's easier for them to say yes or no, and easier for them to explain their own parameters. So there is almost like a script that you could use. I'm currently working on blank. What is it, the project that you're working on? You're providing a perspective, and I could use help, or I can use some assistance in this area. You should explain your struggle or your need. With the letters of recommendation, sometimes it's obvious, but in other situations it may be a little less obvious. And I would benefit from help, or I would benefit from advice, or we as a team would benefit from your direct involvement in the situation. Right. So going back to that example with the student, we're struggling to engage our 4th member of our team, and we would benefit from you stepping in as an instructor. And we hope to re-engage the student and need direct guidance from you. So that provides a very clear context for what you're hoping to achieve and what your ultimate goals are. So again, I want you to think of an area right now, something that is very relevant to you, where you could use some help. And you don't have to follow the script to a T, but think of, whom could you reach out to? What is a goal that you're hoping to achieve? Whether it's being involved in a project that could ultimately lead to a publication. I know, since both of you are interested in research, that could be a long-term goal, right? Is it getting a research experience if you're looking to join a lab, right? But first, think what your goal is and what could be the specific ask. I've learned that ask could be a noun, right? What could you ask of the other person? And so as you're thinking, sorry to talk over you. So nurturing your network. Again, there are some gender differences, but sometimes I would get an email from a student saying, oh, Dr. Strikalova, I'm checking in just to let you know how I'm doing. And I'm always happy to receive emails like that. And then 2 weeks later, oh, I'm applying for this project, applying for this opportunity. Could you write a letter of recommendation for me? You didn't need to wait 2 weeks, right? Those sort of, social pleasantries did not need to happen. But I would have appreciated also getting those periodic check-ins. So that is that nurturing of the network. where you are thinking, it's almost like, you know, you're going through your contact list and periodically you're reaching out. LinkedIn is a good way to do it, but also if there are certain personal connections where you feel that, you know, maybe I will set it for myself to check in with my past professors, with somebody, you never know who is connected to whom and how people know each other. So what I have as a rule, every week I send one check-in to somebody. So, you know, there are 52 people who would be receiving some check-ins from me. It's like, hey, you know, I saw your post, great to see you're doing this work. That's all that takes, right? For somebody to remember your name. And early on, you're spending a lot more time doing that because you're establishing your name. And later on, it may be more of your, you know, you're posting your LinkedIn post and other people are seeing it. So again, you're more pushing communication rather than pulling somebody for a connection. But going back to you, what could be a goal? What is something that you would want to achieve and could use some help with?
I'm thinking more like long term, so like medical school applications and getting like letter recs without like being like having that awkward like discussion, like what you were saying with that 2-week gap. So I think keeping and maintaining a relationship, even if you took their class like a while ago, and like maintaining that all the way until the time you need the letter rec, for me would be like next year. So I think the most important part, for at least the goal, would be trying to maintain those relationships so they don't like forget your name or about you, and trying to just remain friendly and in contact with those people that influenced your development.
Mm-hmm. So is there an ask, or is it more the aspirational what the goal is?
I think the ask is like later down the road, but like the actual meat to the method would be maintaining a relationship with a person.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Norman, what about you?
Yeah, sure. So my goal is to establish an agri-tech startup within the next 4 years, and I would ask like someone to help me to probably ideate or fine-tune my idea so that it can become more realistic. Just because right now it's more like theoretical, so I could use some help to make the idea become more realistic. Wait, what else? Smart request. Well, I don't really know this, right? Okay. I'm currently working on a startup idea, and I could use some help to fine-tune my idea so that it can become more realistic. I am struggling to design something. Wait. Oh, let me think again. Otherwise, it won't make sense.
See, that's the whole crux of this approach. You need to figure out what is it that you're asking the person to do for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say, okay, I don't know, it's too broad. So the idea is to apply, well, I don't want to break it down, like, you know, to simplify, but what I'm trying to look for is someone who can help me to, it's more like empathize, like to, from a customer perspective, what they think about my idea. Right now, I have the idea, but I would really appreciate some help from someone who can empathize and see if what I'm thinking is probably applicable to the society. So I think I would like that kind of help. And my biggest hope is if I can receive that kind of help or some ideas, I'll be able to implement my idea, like to start my agri-tech startup within the next 4 years. And wait, I need
So,
I'm not really sure, but I need, but yeah.
yeah, so if I can reflect, it sounds to me that some brainstorming with, or maybe even again, you know, learning other people's paths, what brought them. So if you identify some entrepreneurs in the area or in other areas, it doesn't have to be, you know, very closely related, and learning about their path, or if it's the, empathizing from the perspective beneficiaries, whether they're customers, and learning from them. So if you were to ask me, right, I'm currently working on this and I can use some help, I would probably say this is completely out of my field, but I can, again, depending on what is it that you're, right, are you trying to find the right people, or are you trying to get advice? I can give you some ideas on who are the citizen scientists, or potentially I can connect you to some ag entrepreneurship faculty, and I cannot speak for them, but they may be able to give you some of that advice or guide you, right? So this is where you see, even if you ask of me, who I'm completely out of that field. Once you can articulate, what do you think, back to this, what is realistic of the person whom you're asking, right? If you ask me, can you connect me to some people in this area? No, I can't. I don't know anybody, right? But as a faculty, and I know, you're a faculty in a large comprehensive university, might you have any connections? Anybody whom I can, continue brainstorming? Are there any student groups that are brainstorming around same ideas? That becomes it, makes it feasible for me to act on that. And the same what I was going with Nick. Okay, your goal is to receive letters of recommendation a year from now, right? What could be useful to you right now? Figure out how to maintain connection with the faculty without committing yourself to too many things that you are doing, or focusing and figuring out those few connections that you nurture and you do invest some time in, talking to other students with how they've done that. If that challenge or that goal comes to me personally without a specific ask, all I can do is give you advice, probably. But if there is, if there is an action, if there is something that you're hoping I can do for you, then it opens up a more involved conversation. So I can give you my personal example of when I read that book, and it encouraged you to reach out beyond your comfort zone. Again, when you understand and when you recognize what your goal is. So I do a lot of work in grant writing and faculty development. And my goal was to share my ideas in a book format or some sort of printed format, but outside of publications. And I knew the literature, I knew, who are the authors of existing books are. And I said, you know what? I want to reach out to those people and ask them if they would be willing to co-write a book with me, or, issue a supplement to their existing book. So that is what I did. It wasn't this exact script, but I identified authors of 5 books. I found their email addresses and I said, hey, I'm a faculty, I teach grant writing, and I want to share some of my own ideas, but I don't want to do it alone. I could use somebody else's help on being a co-author. And I would benefit from this collaboration. So my hope is to publish a book. And I wonder if you would be willing to collaborate with me on that. That wasn't a scripted plan for me to show you this, but let me find something real quick.
While you're doing what you're doing, I mean, I have like an example. Let's say someone wants to go to space for the first time, and no one believes that is possible, but someone believes that a man can go to the space. So I have that idea. It might sound unrealistic to someone, but to me, always doing the equations and all the calculations, it sounds realistic. So how do you go about something like that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and what it resulted in for me is that 2 authors of an existing and very popular book said, yeah, at first we were thinking of writing a book together, but they were working on the 6th edition of their book, and they published their first book in 1990, I think. And through some conversations, they've invited me to be a co-author, and I meaningfully contributed to the book, and there were my ideas, and that's what also strengthened the application. Once you recognize what your ask is, that is frequently the hardest thing. It's like, okay, something would have been useful for me right now, but what is it that I'm hoping other people would be able to do? The more specific you can be, I want to be a co-author with somebody. I want to find a collaborator who will be brainstorming with me. I want to find somebody who is more senior than I am in this space, so they could be an author, or they could be a sponsor and a mentor for me. Then it becomes a specific goal that you're hoping to achieve, and it's a lot easier to ask for that help. And it doesn't have to be grandiose, right? It can be very small, or, as Anik, you're saying you're planning for something that will be a year from now. So again, are you ready to articulate and ask and work on that? Or is it just, okay, let me brew in some of those ideas, and then I will keep, I may be reaching out to some people. So those are the two tools, right? One is flipping a conversation and thinking about the appreciative generative questions on how to address conflict situation. Again, it all starts with what is it that you want to achieve at the end? And whether it's asking a question and coaching the other person or seeking out help externally, those would be the tools for you to achieve more, do more without burning out, asking for help, or resolving some of the conflict. All right. I know you will have another meeting with Kamira. So I am leaving you for now to have a break. Tomorrow we will not be meeting. I will be traveling, and we will be asking you we'll give you some prompts on, reflect on not only on this experience, but what is it that you hope to achieve? What is it that, what does research play in your overall academic aspirations in your development? Sort of where do you see the place for research in your overall life trajectory, really? So it's important to reflect on what we want to do, what the goals are, what could be the steps to that, but also, how does this experience help or doesn't help you in that? And then on Friday morning, I'll meet with you. We will go through some steps in how to start those projects. I will make it very applicable to what you're hoping to achieve. And then in the afternoon, there should be enough data for you to prepare an abstract and a submission. So what we have is we have an agreement with our Center for Undergraduate Research for you to submit an abstract that will be presented at a symposium here. I realize, Norman, you're outside of University of Florida, but you can still be listed as a co-author, and Nick can present on your behalf, and we'll take pictures and send them to you. But regardless of whether it will be for that research symposium or not, Jessica will meet with you, and she'll talk about how to think about posters, how what is the information that you would be putting in. My hope is that you will have sort of enough of the write-ups from your reflections, from some other things that you're doing, to focus on how do you compile all of that, how do you present your ideas in the poster format, because in academic research and in many of your graduate studies, it will be a very frequent mode of communication of your ideas. So you'll spend some time doing that. All right, so very great to see you today. Thank you for the conversation, and I'll see you again on Friday. So Kimara, it's to you, and I know a break is due.
Okay. Okay, so you guys can pull up your resumes, and I also have the copy that that you gave me yesterday, and I went through and I made some edits. So first we're gonna go over this PowerPoint. Do you guys feel like y'all need to take like a quick break before we go into the session? Or would you rather just start and go through?
I'd probably rather just start.
Yeah.
But
Okay, so we're going to talk about resume development. How to build a resume. So essentially a resume is a short 1 to 2 page, generally 1 page document that highlights your professional and your academic experiences. Resumes are used for the purposes of jobs, internships, professional meetings, conferences, etc. It includes vital information that is tailored to each experience that you are applying for, which means each time you apply for a different position, whether it's an internship, a job, anything of that nature, school, you always want to tailor your resume to fit the description of the advertisement. And I will show you guys how you can go about doing that. You also want to include keywords that are included in the professional advertisement so that your resume clears through the AI system. So essentially, before your resume ever makes it to the desk of anyone within the company for it to be reviewed, it goes through an artificial intelligence system. And what this system does, it checks for spelling and grammatical errors. It checks to see if you have keywords that the organization is looking for and things of that nature. So you could have a really good resume with really good experiences, but if it doesn't pass through the AI system, no one will ever see it. So that's why it's vital for you to tailor those experiences to that specific job posting or internship posting or whatever it is. Unless it's something that's like a small startup company and they don't, you know, have the money to invest in like a software like that, that's the only way that your resume, like each resume will be read by a person initially. Other than that, like large companies, big organizations, universities that can afford to purchase the AI system, they do it because it saves them a lot of time and a lot of money and a lot of resources overall. Because if they can filter out, let's say there are 500 applicants, if they can filter out those applicants based on who has specific words listed in their posting or who has specific experiences, then that saves them a lot in the long run with having to have someone to actually physically go through them. So things that we want to include: your name and contact information. So essentially who you are and how you can be contacted. A professional statement. So in professional resumes, you will generally call it a professional statement, not an objective. So that's pretty much that little paragraph that a lot of people include like towards the front of their resume that says objective, but as you go up higher, you don't want to use, you want to use the language that meets what you're trying to convey. So professional statement. And that's pretty much a short summary that's targeting the purpose of your resume. Experience. So what professional and academic experiences are relevant to the position you are seeking? Again, you want to tailor your resume to that specific position. So if you have something on your resume that is not necessary for what you're applying to, you can remove it. Because people who are viewing your resume, they only want to read as much as they need to. They don't want to read they don't want to do more work than is necessary. So if you have the experiences that they're looking for, include those. If you have experiences that maybe are great experience, but they aren't relevant to that position, you can take them off. Education. So you want to list your degrees earned as well as the degrees pursuing. You want to enter the date that you earned them or the expected earn. So because you guys are students, you would put like expected graduation date. But for me, because I already graduated, I put when I graduated. And then you also want to put the school, and you can include your GPA if it's good. But if your GPA is like questionable, don't include it on there. They don't really care, because honestly, if you have a degree, whether you got all A's or all C's, you still got the same degree. So if your GPA is not good, don't include it. And then we're going to move on to certifications and licenses. So that's if applicable. If you have any licenses or certifications that are relevant to that experience, you want to include it. So let's say you're applying for a job in like healthcare and you're certified in CPR and first aid. That's something that you would want to include. But if you're applying to a job, let's say in computer science, where you're going to be doing data analysis and things like that, that same certification probably wouldn't be relevant, because you won't need to perform CPR on anyone to code. And then skills, you want to include valuable skills that can be utilized in your work, in the role that you're applying to. So you want to include soft skills as well as hard skills that can be used. So a hard skill, for example, would be, you know how to use a specific program, you know how to use Python, you know how to use Excel, you know how to use Word. But a soft skill may be that, I don't know, you're good at communicating with groups, you're good at dissolving conflict, like, you know, things like that. So there's different types of skills, and you want to include anything that is relevant to the role that you're applying to. So 7 questions you want to ask yourself while you're building your resume or before. Who is my audience and what do they want to know? Whenever you're preparing a document for someone else, you always want to prepare the document as if you are, how do I say this? You always want to prepare the document from their standpoint. So what is relevant to them? What do they want to know about me? And when you do it from that, you know, that third eye perspective, then that's very helpful for you. What are my professional career goals? So what is it that I want them to understand about me professionally? What is it that I want them to take when they read this document? What is it that I want them to say about Norman or about Nick? What unique strengths do I bring to the table, and what sets me apart? So I'll just give you guys an example. So when we go through like applications here, like someone is applying for an internship or something, right? There's only limited spots. And if everybody has a high GPA, everybody has research experience, everybody pretty much brings something great to the table, then it's like everyone is on a level playing field. But we try to look for things that make you stand out. Do you speak another language? Do you have experience with a system that is, you know, very important, whether it's Python, MATLAB, something like that. So don't be afraid to put yourself out there and let your audience know what it is that makes you different, that sets you apart. What experiences am I most proud of? Which means you can have a bunch of different experiences, but if you want your resume to be one page and it to be easy to look over, you want to make sure you're taking those top experiences, those best experiences, and you're including those, but maybe leaving some of the others off that are great experiences, but you don't want to bore them with your resume. You don't want it to be too much, too wordy, have too much information, and you don't want it to be a difficult read. The next question is, do my description summarize what I've learned or accomplished? So earlier I told you all that a great rule of thumb that you guys can use is like creating a document whenever you are going to a conference or have an internship or are doing research or any type of professional or academic experience that you want to include on your resume or your LinkedIn. always create a document, and each day or each week, you want to update that document and put different things that you've done, different experiences, different programs and systems you've used, and things of that nature, because when it goes time for you to describe those experiences on your resume or on your LinkedIn, you want to be able to accurately describe what you did and not leave anything out or forget anything, which would include like different skills that you may have obtained during those experiences. Yeah, so that'll help you be able to describe and summarize what it is you learned or accomplished in that role. And then number 6, which competencies and skills do I want to highlight throughout my resume? So again, this will be tailored to whatever it is that you are doing specifically. If you are, let's say, applying for CIMAP, if you're applying for CIMAP and the application or the flyer says that we really want people that have a STEM background, who have experience using Python, encoding and data, those are the competencies and skills you want to make sure you highlight on the resume, because you want us to know that the thing that we're looking for, you have those experiences, right? So that will put you to the top of the pile versus someone who may be a great candidate, have a great, background, but they may not have some of those skills, or if they did have some of those skills, they did not highlight them on their resume. That's why it's important to use those keywords on your resume when you're applying to things. And then, can my reader visualize my experience, which means, did you convey what it is that you bring to the table in a way that's easily visualized or understood? Or is your resume very difficult to read? Like, it's all over the place. Like, first, when I'm reading, I'm like, oh, this person has a great GPA. They go to, this university. They did this research. And then you tell me that you do something that's completely unrelated. Like, my train of thought gets thrown off. Only include the things that are relevant. Do you guys have any questions so far? Okay. Next, so resume building tips from the UF Career Connections Center. These are some tips that I found from our Career Connection Center. Most colleges and universities will have one. So Norman, I know you go to a different school. You'll probably be able to like do a search and see what type of career building resources your university has, but I also included a link for ours because it's public like information, like anybody can go on and see the tips that the UF Career Connection Center has. So some of the tips they have are avoid using templates online because they can be difficult to revise in the future. So you may see that when you log on to like Microsoft Word, there are templates that are already created in Word that you can literally just click and you can edit the text and make it your own resume. But the reason you don't want to use one of those is because they can be rejected by the AI systems. A lot of times they have different symbols and letters and shapes that are built into the resume platform, into the template. So what will happen is when you submit it and it goes through the AI system, a lot of times it does not read the things that are on the resume because of that template. So you always want to start with like a blank sheet and completely create your resume from scratch, because using templates a lot of times it's rejected by the AI system. So you could have the perfect resume that's tailored to the app, to the experience, and then it can literally not be seen because the AI isn't able to read half of what's on it. The next tip, you want to tailor the job or program you're applying for by using keywords in your resume that can be used in the listing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to LinkedIn so we can do like a live tutorial, and I'm going to show you guys what I mean by tailoring it to meet that job or that listing. Also, when you're applying for industry positions, keep your resume to one page. A lot of industry positions, you have a lot of people applying to it. So you don't want a super long resume because nobody's going to read it, to be honest. Whoever is reading the resume, if they have 50 resumes to read, what they're doing is they're looking at it, they're glancing over it, they're trying to see, okay, do they have the skills that we need? Do they have the experience that we need? you know, anything that their job posting said that was necessary for this position, they're literally just glancing over your resume to see either you have these things or you don't. And they're also looking to see if anything about your resume stands out. Because again, in industry, there are so many people applying for the same positions. Something about your resume has to stand out. When applying for graduate programs or with advanced degrees, your resume can be 1 to 2 pages. And the reason why it doesn't matter really with like grad programs is because as a student, you're going to have a lot more experiences that a graduate school or program may want to see. So if you were involved in 3 clubs over the course of your undergraduate experience, if you were involved in 2 or 3 labs, if you what else? If you have specific skills or relevant coursework, those are things that a university or a graduate program would want to see. So that's why the page limit can be higher. But when it comes to industry, you want your resume to be very niche. You want it to be very niche. You want it to get to the point in the beginning and then move forward from there. You want to use a font size that is 10 to 12, and you want to use a professional style. So what we mean by professional style, on Word, there's like hundreds of different word styles that you can use. You don't want to use anything too thick. You don't want to use anything that's bolded all across your resume. You would bold certain things like the titles or, you know, the organization or even the dates, but you don't want your entire thing to be bolded. You also don't want a font that is difficult to read. So again, they should be able to glance over your resume and pick out key parts. If the font is too small, it's very difficult to read. And most people are not going to go through the trouble of trying to read something that's hard to read. They'll just throw yours to the side and then read someone else's, and you may be more qualified than them. So that's why we want to make sure it's visually making the marks as well. As far as your origins, so your origins are the margins, I'm sorry. As far as your margins are the space on the sides of the paper. So essentially that white space, you want to make sure that your margins are no smaller than 1/2 inch. And the reason why you want to do that is you don't want it to be too wordy. You don't want it to have too much to read, because if they glance over it and it's a difficult read or it's too much, they'll just throw it to the side and they won't read it. You want your experiences to be listed in reverse chronological order or by importance / relevance. So for instance, reverse chronological order means that's what you're currently doing and towards the top, and then the things that you've done a while ago, you want those things to be at the bottom. And the reason that's important, you don't want them to have to go searching for what they're looking for. Whatever is at the top, that's what they're going to look at first. So for me, I have a master's degree and I have a bachelor's degree. My master's degree is listed higher on my resume than my bachelor's because that's what's relevant. If I have a master's, it's literally common knowledge that you have to have a bachelor's first. So they don't really care for that, but I still include it. As far as jobs and experiences, if you are currently working at a lab or you currently have a job, pre-med, the hospital, anything relevant to what you're applying for, you want that to be at the top, because you don't want them looking at something you did 5 years ago first, and then they have to go and search for what you're currently doing. No, you want what you're currently doing or what you just recently finished doing at the top, and then you want your past experiences towards the bottom. So that's reverse chronological order. And then proofread, you want to check for punctuation, grammar, and sentence structure. If your resume has some great information, but you have errors, they're not going to continue reading with you, because they're going to feel like if you didn't care enough to correct your mistakes on your resume, you're probably not a person that pays attention to detail. You're probably not a person that is thorough and make sure you have the top of the top work. So they're going to pass over you for someone else who maybe has less experiences, but they cared enough to go through and make sure there weren't any spelling, punctuation, issues like that. You also want to use verbs similar to those found in the job posting or that kind of work. So that goes back to tailoring it to make sure that it matches up with the job posting. And then you want to use nouns or keywords that are related to things that are a part of the job with which you have previous experience. So what does that mean? Okay, if you need to edit your resume to fit a template of a new job or school or something like that, what you would do is you would look at your resume, you would look at the way you've worded things and the keywords you've used. And what you will do, you will switch out words. You don't want to change what you've done, but you want it to read the same language, so to speak. I don't know if I'm like explaining this correctly. Basically, if they use the specific type of grammar, if they use specific keywords, you want to make sure those keywords appear in your thing as well. And I'll show you guys how to do that when I go and find the thing. And then all of your dates, abbreviation, and formatting should be consistent. So you don't want to use bullet points here, but on the other part of your resume, you don't use bullet points. Or you don't want to use one type of font in half of your resume, but then use a different type of font in the other half. For all of your dates, if you have them aligned to the right, they need to stay aligned to the right. You don't want some of them, aligned one way and some of them aligned the other way. So those are just a few key points. Do you guys have any questions before I move on? Okay. Transferable skills. So your transferable skills are skills that have to be used in many positions across multiple disciplines. So basically, let's say I work in retail, and in retail, I work with customers, I handle monetary transactions. I wouldn't want to say that if I'm applying for a job in research. However, those skills are still very useful, but you want to say them in a way that the company will read it and say, we can utilize that skill here. So I may say, instead of, assisted customers with purchases, I may say, dealt with large scale transactions for a Fortune 500 company. That Fortune 500 company may be McDonald's, but it's still a Fortune 500 company. And you still dealt with, a large range of monetary transactions, right? So that's something that your company could say, oh, we could use them for budgets, or we could use them for project planning, right? Because you have the skill, but you just have to be able to communicate it in a way that they can look at it and say that skill transfers to our company. Let's say you spoke with tons of customers over the transaction. So you can say, handled large scale customer service relations for, X, Y, and Z, right? So what you're letting them know is you're personable, you know how to talk to people, you know how to deal with large crowds, but you get what I'm saying? Like, you just say it in a way that they'll view that skill and say, oh, we could use that. And then these skills you can develop throughout your collegiate experience can translate into different areas that are relevant to work with, to work in your life. So that just goes back to learning how to communicate these same skills, but in a way that the company understands that they can utilize it. On your resume, it is important to think about how your previous skills and experiences could translate into the role that you are applying for. Okay, so what we're going to do is you guys are going to, let me stop sharing really quick. I'm going to pull up LinkedIn and I'm going to show you what I mean by, just find the job listing. Okay, so this is a job listing for a clinical research coordinator. So in the beginning, we see that they have, a brief introduction. We have the benefits that they provide, but this is essentially what you're looking for. So you want to look somewhere that talks about the qualifications or the things that they absolutely want you to have, right? And then it said what qualifications you will need. So these are the things that you want to make sure if they're going to judge your resume and your candidacy based on whether or not you have these experiences, you need to make sure that these experiences are accounted for within your resume. And what do I mean by that? Okay, nursing experience is required. I mean, is preferred, right? So let's say that you have a nursing degree. You want to make sure that in your section that says licensure or certifications that you put that you are a certified nurse through whatever nursing board or agency, right? At least 1 year of experience as a clinical research coordinator. So where we would show this is on the resume, when we have our resume pulled up. So for instance, me, I'm a research coordinator. I would make sure that next to research coordinator, where my date is, that date needs to at least have 1 year of experience. So I can say January 2022 to January 2023. That would show that I have at least 1 year experience of being a research coordinator. The ability to work independently in a fast-paced environment with minimal supervision. So things like this, you would include it in your skills section. So when you go down on your resume to your skills, you would say ability to work independently. You don't want to copy it verbatim, but you want to make sure that you're basically saying the same exact thing that they're saying and using some of the keywords. So for instance, ability to work independently with minimal supervision in a fast-paced environment. You can use the same thing, but you don't want it to be verbatim, so you'll probably switch it around, like the wording of the posting. Organization and prioritizing capability. So this can be included either in your skills or it can be included under your experiences. So for instance, let's say you organize data for this research lab. You can say organize large quantitative and qualitative data set for, you know, this lab or on this project, right? So that will be you using those keywords such as organization, prioritizing. You could put prioritize key projects for project development. You know, just make sure you're using, you know, the same words that they're using, because when it goes through the AI system, you want to make sure that your resume passes through, because once it passes through, then you have an actual person looking at it and they'll be able to confirm that you have these qualifications. And then ability to communicate and work effectively with a diverse team, you can put that under your skills. Excellent interpersonal skills, which includes verbal and written communication. You can make that into one. You could say expert level use of Microsoft Word and Excel, electronic data collection. So you guys get it. You basically take everything that they post on their thing and make sure it's included in your resume. And then as far as these qualifications, you will also look to see what keywords from here will you need to include within your job posting. So if they want somebody that has a specific skill that you see within here. So let's say that you worked at a hospital in the ER and you enroll patients in clinical trials. You would make sure that when you go on your work experience where you worked at a hospital, you would include that you have that skill of enrolling patients, recruiting, screening, following up, things of that nature. So you just basically go through and see what they're looking for, and then you make sure that your resume has a lot of those keywords and experiences. Okay, and then these are some resources. So you have the UF Career Connection Center. This is a blog that shows you how to make a resume. So it takes you through step by step and gives you tips. And then this is how to make a comprehensive resume. So it's similar to the second link, but it goes into more detail about how you can tailor your resume to make sure that it is acceptable in the professional market. So what we're going to do right now, I'm going to stop sharing. I'm gonna work with you all one-on-one on your resume editing, because I took them home and I looked over and made some edits. So I want you guys to both pull up, your resumes on your end. And then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take you one by one in a breakout room and we're gonna go over your resume. I'm gonna give you some tips. And as I'm giving you tips, you can, make edits to your resume. Okay, so I'm gonna work with Norman first on his resume. So Nick, while I'm working with Norman, I want you to go over these resources. I'm gonna drop them in the chat. Okay, so what I'm gonna do for you, and I just want you to kind of look over the websites while I'm working with him. And then once I'm done with him, we'll go into the breakout room, do the same thing, and then we'll be free to go for the day.
Okay, sounds good.
Hi, Norman. Okay, so I went over your resume. I went over your resume last night, and it's very good. The only thing is we want to make a few edits. So one thing is the margins. You have so much information on your resume that the margins are smaller than they should be. So remember from the thing, we want to make sure they're not smaller than a half an inch. Also, okay, question. Do you have a CV or no?
No.
Okay, so your resume, once you edit the font, that was another thing. The font is very small. It's hard to read, so it's some great information on it, but it's just so tiny. Once you edit it, edit the font size of your document, it'll probably give you around 2 pages, maybe even more. So what you want to do is you can just convert this to a CV, like how it is. Just make sure your margins are edited and make the font bigger. So you want your font between 10 and 12. Can you share your resume screen with me, please?
Okay, sure. Let's see if it can work.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so what is the size of the font on?
Let me check. I don't wait. Fonts. Let me do this. I don't remember. I have. Let me do this. Oh, are you still here? No. No. Wait, where is she? Hello. Where is she? Mm, hello.
Hello.
Oh, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I
you're
was like, where is
fine.
she? I'm sorry. Yeah, I think something is wrong with my laptop. Like when I try to share my screen, like as a
It doesn't
whole,
want you to share.
yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. Probably an issue with my RAM and probably my
Okay.
computer is.
Well,
Let's see if it,
your resume was pretty good. Though it was just a few edits. The first time I tried to print it out, it actually didn't all print on one page. I think that your
yeah.
page links. I don't know if you use
Yes.
like a longer orientation.
Yeah, it's actually a long orientation, so
Yeah.
it depends with
Were you gonna say something? Hello. Can you hear me? I don't know what's going on. Hello.
oh, hello. Sorry, I just closed some applications. I think that's why it's like trying to kick me out like every time when I try my screen. So hopefully this time it's gonna work. I hope so. Okay, now you can see my screen, right?
Yes.
All right. So just I might probably need to change the type of paper that I'm seeing on my resume.
So
Yeah.
so you want to make sure that it's a normal 8.5 by 11 orientation. And the reason that is, let's say you send someone your resume via email and they want to print it out so they can like go over it. Because of the orientation of the resume, it cuts some of it off. So initially when I
Okay.
sent it out, because the orientation was longer than like a normal size paper, it cut off. Do I still have it? I think I sure did. But what it did, like I'll just show you, it cut off like. Let me take this off. So what it did was it cut off like so much of it just because the orientation was longer. So I had to like tell the printer to fit everything to the size of the paper. So you want to make sure that it has the regular 8.5 by 11 formation. You want to edit your margins to be no smaller than 0.5.
Yeah, they're actually 0.5, so I don't know why they look so small. They're actually 0.5.
It probably looks like that because of the orientation. So the orientation probably like elongated it or something. But yeah, okay, so that's good. and then your font size. So you want to make it between 10 and 12. But other than that, your resume was very good. I like it was put together well. It was detailed. Again, you know, like you have um, specific oh. If you want to apply for specific things, you want to tailor it to include keywords. But other than that, it was very good. The only thing you didn't have was a professional statement, but honestly, you don't need it because you have experience, you have education, all of that. The only other thing that you could do, which is up to you, you don't have to because you're still in school. So generally, when you're in school, you'll have education first and experience second. But
Yeah.
because you have so much experience, like you're not like a student that only has like you only went to school. You have experience. So what you could do, you don't have to, but you could put your work experience higher, because let's say you're applying for a lab or you're applying for a professional experience, they're going to want to know about your experience anyway. And because you have a good amount of experience, you could move that up higher, but you don't have to. You can keep it exactly how it is and just make those, you know, the font edits and make sure it's on the right size paper. And then one other thing that I had for you was, so you use your university email, which is fine for a academic resume. So if you're applying for like professional school, things of that nature, that's completely fine. But when you apply for job positions, you want to use a personal email. And that's just because sometimes we can get like kicked out of our university email after so long or after graduation, sometimes, not all the times. But you don't want employers not to be able to reach you because something didn't come through. Also, universities tend to filter out emails that they think is spam or that come from outside the network. So sometimes it's not spam, but because it came from outside of the university network, it may put it in the spam folder. So that's another way that you may miss out on potential opportunities if they send it to your university email versus like a Gmail or another personal email. Then you should get whatever, you know, job postings or anything that someone is trying to reach to you. But other than that, if you're applying to like anything academic, it's fine to use anything university. But as you apply to like professional experiences, you want to use you want to highlight those professional experiences, professional email, things like that. But other than that, your resume is very good. Just make those edits. And I'm also going to send you guys the PowerPoint so that you have a resource to help you as you're making edits. And then you can look and see if your university has like a career center as well, because they may have some tips also for you.
That sounds good. Yeah, thank you very much for the feedback. I mean, I'm gonna try to fix it and probably try to remove some experience. I think that's the best thing that I can do to make sure everything can fit on a single page. So
yeah. And also, if you want to convert this to a CV, so all that would be is just you making the font like between the 10 and 12, and that would make your resume longer. And you can literally just use the same one as your CV with, you know, the larger font that's easier to read. And then you can make a separate resume that has those specific experiences that are, you know, condensed.
that sounds good. Yep.
Okay, well, I'm gonna move you back to the main session, and then you can look at the resources that I sent.
All right, that sounds good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, so were you able to kind of like breeze through the resources and see?
Yeah, I took a look through them all.
Okay. So what we're going to do. Okay, so what we're gonna do, I'm just gonna give you some feedback of things that I noticed. Your formatting was pretty good. Like, you know, the sizing of the format, the margins, things of that nature. It's just some things that you may want to add. So one, can you share your screen and show me your resume, please?
Yep.
Okay. So one thing that you can do is you can add your LinkedIn up here. So I know that your LinkedIn, you kind of have to work on it, but
Okay.
the same way you have this like divider right here, you can add another space and then you can put LinkedIn and then you can link it. You know how to add a link to a document?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you can like link your LinkedIn because you know how we discussed how your resume is going to be like a smaller snapshot that's tailored to that specific thing. But because your LinkedIn is going to be optimized and you're going to have more, how do I say this? Yeah. But don't attach it to your email though. Attach it like its own
Yeah.
separate
Yeah.
right next.
I'll
Okay.
just leave comments. So
So
I know.
because your LinkedIn is going to have all of those experiences, that's a great resource for you to add because let's say I'm applying to a job as like a program manager. I'm going to make sure I only include the experiences that are relevant to program management. But if they go to my LinkedIn, they'll be able to see all of the other things that I've done that can be helpful,
Right.
you know, maybe in that position or just that show who I am as a person. Um, when they go to my LinkedIn, because it'll have like literally all of my experiences, right?
Right.
Another thing is you can remove like your high school, you can remove like anything that's like from high school. So like if you got scholarships, if you were in a club in high school, you can remove those because you want to keep room for your like college and beyond. So you're a junior now, so senior year you'll probably have more things to add as well as this experience. Like you can add that you did coding and you did different things. So you want to give yourself room to add those things.
Do you think in a CV you should include like just like the name of the high school like that, just in case like maybe potential connections there or like to the surrounding?
So for a CV, you can include it until you graduate. And the reason why I say until you graduate is because once you have your bachelor's, it's common knowledge that you had to have had um your high school diploma first because you can't get
Right.
a bachelor's degree without your high school diploma. And then it's the same way with like professional school. So for me, the reason why I have my bachelor's and my master's on there is because those are my two most recent degrees. Now, if I were to get my doctorate, I would probably remove my undergrad and just put doctorate and master's because it's like a common theme. Okay, if they have their master's, they have to have their bachelor's. If they have their doctorate,
Yeah.
they have to have either their bachelor's or their master's. So you don't have to include like everything because you want to give yourself room for those relevant things that they want to see.
Okay.
The same thing goes for like honors and awards. So you see how this is taking up like a large chunk of your
Yeah.
resume. You can, include those UF things because those are great, but you will remove like the things from high school because after so many years, they're not as relevant. So yeah, like after so many years, they just want to see like what you're currently doing or what you recently did. Your research was experience was good. The only thing I have to say about that is when it comes to your bullet points, try to consolidate so that you don't have to use as many bullets.
Yeah.
So the first experience has 5, the next one has 4, the next one has 4, the next one has 5. So if you can, sometimes you can't because it's like stuff that you really have to say, but you want to try to consolidate as much as you can. Like say what you have to say in less words because if we're trying to make it like one page and you want them to kind of glance over it and say, oh yeah, he's the guy for for the job or for the experience, then you want to make it easy for them to read. Like they don't want to have to go searching.
Yeah. So for a resume, like a one-page resume, how many bullet points would you suggest? Like 1 to 2 for each experience, maybe?
I would say 3, but even with your sentences, like you can condense your sentences to say the same thing, but and not as many words. So I think with my resume, I have either 3 or 4 bullet points, but I also don't have some of the things that you have. So I have a CV that has, like, for instance, awards and honors. But for my professional resume, I don't have awards and honors because they're not professional awards and honors. Now, if I get like an award like best clinical research professional in Florida, that's something I would include. But I don't necessarily include like the things that I got in college or anything like that because they're not relevant to the professional workplace. Now, if it's something that you got in college that is, definitely include it. Another thing about the orientation of your document, right? So the most important things they're going to want to see is, 1, do they have the education for this position? And 2, do they have the experience? So education and experience should be towards the top of your document. So let, like, scroll up a little bit for me. Okay, so if you were to move this further down, then your 1-page resume would consist of University of Florida and your research experiences and your education. Well, that University of Florida was education, but it would allow them to see in one snapshot, okay, he has the education for it because he's pre-med, bachelor's of health science, and then he has the experience for it because he's done this in the clinic, he's done that research, he's done that. So you want to make sure that those relevant experiences are more towards the top, because even if your resume is, let's say, 2 pages or a page and a half, you don't want them to have to search for what they're looking for. If you're applying for an internship or a job, you want to make sure that they get what they need in the very beginning. So they see that you have education, they see your GPA is really great. Okay, they see you have this certificate in AI. They see that you have these research experiences. If they stop reading after the first page, guess what? They saw a great amount of information that's helpful.
Okay.
Okay, we can scroll down. Oh yeah, I had another tip for you. So you can create 2 different types of resumes. You can create an academic resume and a professional resume. So your academic would be like, you're saying that you want to go to med school, you want to go to grad school. So what you can do is you can create one resume that highlights those academic experiences. Like, they may want to know that, you know, you were in this club at UF, or that you did this, or, you know, that you were a scholar for this organization, right? Those are relevant academic experiences. But in the professional world, they may want to know, okay, what research did you do? How long did you do it? What job did you hold? How long did you do it? And your education. So you can create 2 different types of resumes that include these different experiences and education, but they highlight different things.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and just use whichever one you need based on what you're applying for.
Yeah. So if it's like grad school, professional school, okay, you can use the academic because, you know, they want to know, you know, what were you involved in undergrad? What did you do? Why should we choose you for our medical program, right? But professional industry wants to know, are you educated and can you do the job based on experience? That's all they want to know. So we want to make sure that we give everybody what it is that they need. And even with your academic, you could use a CV because they would want to see, you know, actually both. They would want to see the things that you did academically, but they'll also want to see the research, because that makes you a great candidate for medical school and professional school, seeing that you have diverse experiences. Like, not only do you have a high GPA, which means that you focus on your studies, but you also have experience, like tangible experience that they can use, and that's helpful.
Right.
And then we already talked about the bullet points. We talked about tailoring, you know, the resume.
Do you think the skills and interests like that would translate well to put on a resume at the bottom of the...
Some of them, not all of them. So the fact that you are bilingual, great. That's a great skill, because you can't, like, I can't teach you Spanish overnight. So the fact that you know Spanish, that's great. That's a great skill that would make you unique to other applicants. Technical skills, the fact that you're proficient in R, MATLAB, Python, Canva, all of these things, absolutely great skills. Certifications, mental health aid, at risk, biosafety, bloodborne pathogens, chemical hazard, all of those are great skills. HIPAA, privacy, IT, IRB, great. The only tip that I have for that is if you have a specific position that says they want somebody that's HIPAA, IRB, ethics compliant, you want to add those skills higher up on your list, because again, we don't want them to have to search for it. So if you're certified in those things and they're specifically looking for those things, that would be a quick copy paste to make it, higher up on your list, and that would be that.
Okay.
But other than that, how you have it is fine. But anytime they highlight something in their application, that means that their AI is going to look for it, and that means that they are going to look for it. So you want to make it easy for them to find. And then for your interest, you don't need that in your if you don't need it for your career or your position, you don't really need it on your resume.
Okay.
So where it says like basketball and weightlifting, now that is something that you can include in what was I going to say? In your cover letter or something like that. Like if you want to tell them like a story and you want to say that I don't know, you loved playing basketball growing up, or you love weightlifting and then you got hurt, and that's what got you involved in medicine, or that's what interests you in medicine. That would be a great way to throw in your personal interest, but also tie it back into why you're presenting this information to them.
Okay.
If you do include interests, you want to make sure those interests align with the position. So let's say that you're applying for like a medical job, right? And you don't, let's say it's in I don't know, give me a field, neuroscience, right?
Yeah, that
You
works.
have pre-health experience, you have, public health knowledge, but you don't have any experience in neuroscience. So what would you say? You would say interested in neuroscience research, brain and cognitive functioning, something like that, to say that although I don't have experience tailored to this position, I do have valuable experience that could be utilized here, and I have interest in this field. So that would be one way that you could, include that in interest. But other than that, you don't want to include anything that isn't relevant to that specific position.
Okay.
So I would just suggest, like, you can keep this as like your CV, but just make sure you delete the things that are older.
Yeah.
Like high school things, and then highlight the things that are very relevant. And then you can also create you a resume based on that CV with, the keywords to any postings.
And then you're supposed to add a description to the top of the resume, right? Like a personal kind of couple sentences.
So you can. So I'll show you. You can stop sharing. I'll show you my resume. And again, because you got to look at it. Okay, let's say the AI filters 500 resumes and then 50 pass through. No one person wants to read 50 resumes. So if I can look at a professional statement and say, oh, this is who he is, this is what he does, let me keep reading, because I already see something that's highlighted that we're interested in. Where is Kimara's resume? Okay, so I have my LinkedIn link here, where I was telling you all my my Gmail. Oh, that was another thing I wanted to tell you. So for an academic resume, it's okay if you use their university email, because you're still using it a lot. But as you begin to apply for like professional positions, you want to use a personal email. And the reason is sometimes we can get locked out of our school emails, like we don't use them for a while, or sometimes because it's outside of the UF network, they will put it in the spam. So you don't want someone trying to contact you for a job or an internship and it goes to spam and you never see it, or you see it like past the deadline. So I always suggest, when you're looking for like a professional experience, use like a professional or a regular email.
Okay.
So for my professional statement and I used to have a professional statement written here, but it was kind of cutting me close. So I
Yeah.
just deleted that because they know what it is. So public health professional with experience in research, education, oral and written communication, mentorship, and data management. Eager to enhance the community by promoting public health and advocating for health equity. Using both collegiate and professional experience to better the community as a healthcare professional, serve marginalized populations, and improve the quality of healthcare. So when they read this, they know that one, I'm a public health professional, which means I have some type of public health degree. They know that I have experience in research, education, written and oral communication, mentorship, and data management. So any position that I'm applying to, because I have these keywords in my professional statement, that means that's what they're looking for. They're looking for someone who doesn't mind being a mentor, managing data, doing research, education, and communicating by written or oral formats, right? And then I'm telling them what I'm eager to do. So my interest, I'm interested in promoting public health through advocating for health equity. I believe that all people should receive equitable health care. So I made sure I include that. And then I'm using experiences from college and professional experiences. So they'll know when they read this resume, I'm going to talk about the colleges that I went to and my educational attainment, but I'm also going to talk about professional experiences that helped me be a good candidate for this position. So when they read my professional statement, guess what? They're going to know what to expect from reading the actual resume.
Yeah.
And a lot of times the professional statement will let them know whether or not they want to keep reading or not.
Okay.
As stated before, because I have more experience, I put the experience first because they really care about experience when you have some. And then education, I put it lower down because they're gonna see that based on my experience that I am educated in those areas already. So I put that I'm currently a research coordinator at UF, and I put like 3 bullet points, and then this one has 4 of what I do. But again, as I work more, these bullet points will change and develop as I gain more experience, right? And then this, I analyzed data, I did this, I did that. And they'll be able to see, okay, she started off as an intern, but then she worked her way up to coordinator. And then this is a previous internship. Now, do I have more experiences than these? Yes, but for the purposes of anything research related, anything that has to do with coordination, this would be my go-to resume. Now, I do have what I call a master resume / CV, and that has many more experiences and things that I've done over the years. I worked at a hospital, I volunteer, I've done this and that, but I don't include it on this resume because those things aren't necessarily relevant, or they happened a while ago where I have experiences that are more current and that pretty much say the same thing. But
Okay.
if I'm applying for a hospital position, I may put, I may take one of these out and put, the hospital experience there. So they'll see I worked in the hospital before.
Right.
Then I just listed some of my skills. So I put expert in Microsoft systems, which includes Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, expert in data management systems such as SAS and RedCap. Strong written and verbal communication, which includes public speaking and presenting. So they know, okay, if we need somebody to present or we need somebody to go to a conference, she has experience doing that and she wouldn't mind. I have the ability to clean code and manage quantitative as well as qualitative data. They know I understand data management. The ability to plan, coordinate, and organize professional activities, events, and meetings. That's what I'm doing now as a coordinator. And then mentorship of young professionals and students. That's what I'm doing now as a coordinator. So it's just literally listing those skills and using those keywords, expert, that shows them that I know what I'm doing in these positions. Data management, that shows them that I know how to manage data. Microsoft systems, everybody uses Microsoft. Everybody uses Word, PowerPoint, Outlook. That's letting them know I know how to use these things. Data, collection and management. So you just want to highlight those key skills within your resume.
Okay. I think that's for me.
Yes. So did you have any specific questions or anything that you needed help with?
I don't think so right now. It's just, yeah, I gotta fine tune and kind of pick and choose from my CV, which is kind of nice because
Mhm.
it's easier to cut than to add stuff. So
Right.
just
So,
then one page. Probably a research one would be more useful at the moment for me, so I'd probably create that.
so those are just some tips that I have for you. So you're gonna like work on that when you get some free time, and then I'm gonna have you and Norman to send me your updated let's go back to the